Hey Arun, we are live now. You can start.
Hey, hi guys. My name is Arun Mane, and today we are talking about the penetration testing of the ECU. So I believe you can hear me, guys. Actually, so let's start. So, so my name is Arun Mane. As I said, I'm a founder and director of Amnesic Labs. We are company where we do a lot of penetration testing of a niche field like hardware, vehicle, industrial control systems, and the IoT as well. I'm also the speaker and trainer for various conferences like Black Hat, DEFCON, ZipCon, HITB, HIP, DEFCON. So many conferences. So you can reach me on Twitter. This is my Twitter root killer, and this is my official ID armoney at the in future if you want to talk about this particular session or any help in while you're pen testing ECU or other any kind of stuff, so you can go ahead and you can shoot me a mail or message me on or other personal DM, so I will help you out in this case. Okay, so I remember, 3 years back, actually, I was trying to become into the hardware hacking, or rather, not hardware hacking, particularly the vehicle security, actually. So I was talking with my when I was working that time. So I was, talking with my superior. So if you provide me a vehicle or a car or something like that, so I can, test and I can, we can test those things. So but unfortunately I shared my experience with but with incident actually codes in the car actually. So if you use and you don't know the specification of car, or other, you mean to say like your your car is not listed in this ELM 327 devices. So if you plug into this over the OBD2 connector, and it start generates some sort of codes, or it mess with your engine or other ECU in that case particularly, and you won't start your car. So that same incident I shared with my superior. They afraid of giving me a car to test actually. So then eventually what happened, I purchased my car, that is electric car, and I start working on testing those cars, electric cars and everything. And then I know how we can test ECUs, how I can test entire uh, controller network, or other can controller or vehicle network, you can say in this way. So how we can test those things actually. That's what I started my uh, interest in vehicle security. So we found a lot of bugs in 2017. Like I found a lot of many bugs related to network, vehicle body network, ECU bugs we found. Even even over the OTP, or other, you can say there was a device which connect with the manufacturer's cloud, and through the cloud we try to send uh, canvas messages through over the fake BTS, or through a fake BTS, and we successfully inject the canvas messages. But all those things depend on the I'm from the India actually, so there are a lot of cars is uh, not that much smart, you can say that. But there are a lot of limitation in India because of the facilities or the features in the car. There are a lot of lack of features in the car in India as of now. If you want to go for, we need to pay a lot of money actually to buy those kind of vehicles like Mercedes, BMW, or any other big cars. But we tested on Indian cars over here. So the car who really don't know about the what exactly the car. This is for those people who really don't know about the car, that you can see that it specifically transport peoples more than two peoples from one destination to other destination. We call it as a vehicle in this way. So if you want to understand the communication of the car, so what exactly the comms or other comms you can say, or other in the sense we are talking about the basic features of the smart car. So you can see over here like there is a vehicle to vehicle communication nowadays coming into the picture. We call it as a V2X in this way. So V2 infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle communication, and the vehicle to network, you can say. So all tools and everything are going to be communicate or or one protocol called as DSRC protocol, or rather they would come up with other protocols as well. There is a, you can see over here. So there are a lot of internal communication you can see, like engine control unit, transmission control unit, body controller. These are the internal communication in the car itself. They have TPMS, tire pressure monitoring system. They have anti-lock braking systems and anti-theft, keyless, and HVAC. So these are the intercommunication, you can see those communication over vehicle body communication. And even if I talk about the keyless and keyless entry, there is a different altogether topic, because it works on radio, it works on the particular RF communication. So there is a huge market in the keyless entry. So there are different kind of attacks you can perform. Even with the telematics, as I said, telematics through mobile app. That mobile app is nothing but communicate with the manufacturer cloud, and from manufacturer cloud to telematic or other telematic of your car actually. And in this way a lot of things can happen, like you can intercept the communication, particularly these entire communication communicate over MQTT protocol, and that communication channel would be your 2G, 3G, 4G, depending on the which country you are. Now the 5G coming up, and lot of 5G pillars, they are promising that the 5G would be the best future for V2X communication or other telematic communication in this way. So that one thing. And when I started, I will give you one example. Like in the information technology (IT), if you go for the standards like ISO standard 27000 standard, 27000 is to 2015 or rather 2013 standards are in the market, right? So if you see the entire standard, in the entire standard, the penetration testing is important, right? But it's a very small part of the entire ISO standard, right? So here we test vehicle canvas message, we interact with the canvas message, we do hardware testing, everything. But if you see the standards in the vehicle security, the penetration testing of that particular hardware or the ECU, any kind of ECU, right? The ECU can be a TACM, transmission control unit, or other engine unit, right? So these penetration is very small part of the entire standard, but it's very, very important in this way. So if you talk about the standards in the vehicle cyber security, there are many standards, like four standard, particular three standards like J3061, 21434, Evita 21434 is going to be finalized in the future. And once it finalized, the all vehicle industry can follow this 21434. Evita and J3061 is more of same criteria, but if you see the draft version of 21434 standard, it's more all same actually. So it's a lot of things are talk about the cybersecurity in this way. So let's say we can take an example of software life cycle, right? Life cycle. So in this way, you can say software ECU life cycle. You can say. So this in the development phase of ECU. So these standard can follow, right? J3061, EBITA, rather 21434. So if you see the actual ISO standard, I took a reference from the various, the slides actually, some PPTs. So with the compliance matrix, define cybersecurity process, definition of scope of supply, cybersecurity plan, asset analysis. So more or these things are words are very these jargons are very similar to our normal information technology IT standards, you can say ISO standards. But if we dive into vehicles standards, it would be a very different from the other normal from the regular IT actually. So cybersecurity plan is nothing but we need to plan in a such a way that we have to take care of cybersecurity implementation in this case, in this way. Let's say there is hardware, right? So hardware has at the time of booting entire hardware, they have uh, bootloader 1 and bootloader 2, nothing but primary and secondary. So in this case, we need to we have to have the secure bootloader in this way. So how we can make secure bootloader? What are the standards we need to follow? Standards we need to follow in making secure bootloader. So these kind of processes related or we can put it into cybersecurity plan. Asset analysis, what those are assets are defined by the manufacturer in this way. So we need to find out those assets and we need to do some sort of analysis as well. Threat analysis and risk assessment is nothing but Tara is very important in this way. So we need to do nothing but threat modeling. So if you do some sort of cybersecurity assessment in this way, threat modeling is a major part, right? In this way, we have to make the Tara analysis and risk assessment of particular ECU. We need to check or rather evaluate the risk associated with that particular ECU in this way. So like you have gearbox has a particular issues, nothing but TACM, and we need to analyze those kind of threats where how we can do some sort of DOS or other replay attack or other fire force attack or different kind of attacks you can perform over the canvas, and how we can take advantage that threats to human life actually. So we need to understand those part first, then we need to analyze the entire threats and put it into the uh, uh, tree analysis part actually. So we need to make blocks, and with the blocks we have to identify those threats related to that particular blocks. So something like that. So after that cybersecurity concept, where we keep all the concept in a particular document where we analyze the entire asset, and is there any requirements from the manufacturers, we need to combine it and put it into cybersecurity concept. And same in the cyber specification. Then here it comes to system vulnerability analysis report, then hardware and software cybersecurity requirement, then hardware and software cybersecurity vulnerability analysis report, then cybersecurity verification and validation. So these 4 to 5 parts, like from here to here, is nothing but we have to do some sort of penetration testing actually. So we have to work on this penetration testing part of ECU or other in ECU with respect to software part, with respect to hardware part as well. Then cybersecurity production and control plan, we need to uh, come up with those idea, and cybersecurity post production plan as well. So so, as per my knowledge, there would be a very big challenge in the cybersecurity production, post production plan actually. So, what happens if your cars are running on the road, and how we can uh, you know say that it's kind of kind of how we can assess those things, like your vehicle is running on the road, and how we can identify the cybersecurity incidents in the car itself. That is one thing, is it's a big problem in the market now. So the people are like coming with the solutions. Some are came with the solutions like the SOC, right? Security operation centers for the vehicles in this way. So there are a lot of two or three companies majorly. We are also coming into the market actually, putting our solutions in the car sector. So that's how. And uh, and the same way, if you go further, like cybersecurity assurance case, tool usage. So whenever they have these tools, in the with them, so in the tools itself, they have to have the security mechanism inside the tools itself. Should not be a third party vendor, or rather you can say the malicious thing. So that you can see in the tool usage: software security update, cyber security audit report, cyber security assessment report. We need to come up with these reports as well: status report and cyber security post production reports. So these are the standards. Basically you can see in the ebita as well: J3061 and 21434. Next, we some sort of physical attack or the physical assessment on the car, we need to figure out first the OBD2 connectors. So let me give you introduction of the OBD2. It's a onboard diagnostic connectors which you can see all over world as of now. So in the Europe, in the American region, America, so they mandatory pass some regulation that every car have to have the OBD2 connector, OBD2 connector in the vehicles itself. So for diagnose the entire car. So they stated in 1998. After 1998, they followed the entire regulation. In the Europe, I believe 2002 or three actually, or rather four. I don't know exact year, but they started in the India, I believe 2008, 2009, they started, giving these OBD2 connectors in the vehicle itself. So if you see on the diagram, they have 16 pins here over here. Out of 16 pins, 6 and 14 are main important for us. Like 6 is defined for the can high, and 14 is can low in that case. So chassis, obviously if you want to work on the canvas, we need to have a ground in this way. So ground is provided by the chassis. Chassis is nothing but the vehicle body, of the entire, the still and everything. It's made up of metal actually. So this nothing but the ground over here itself, and the entire communication works on plus 12 voltage. And if you want to see your car's thing actually, so you can see on the rear seat, not driver seats actually. So below the driver seat, you can find OBD2 ports. And sometimes you need to open that entire compartment, and you will see that particular, device, or rather any plug, kind of nothing but OBD2 connectors like this actually. Then once you find this thing, there are some other connectors in the market as well. It's from Mercedes actually, so they have round shape instead of this one, the rectangular shape, right? So round shape, then in that case you need to have kind of DB9 to that particular cable which can fit inside. Rather, there is for this you can find DB9 to DB9 to OBD2 connectors in the market. You can easily available. So as I said, like if you see the entire chart over here for OBD2, so the 1996, yes, they started. US started, that every company, every vehicle should have the OBD2, and even 2001, okay, 2001 is from the EU, that is Europe region, and 2003 other company, other region actually, 2006 you can say Australia and everyone, and 2013 it's like 2013, but I found in 2010 model also we OBD2 connector, but yes, 2013 you can see those kind of OBD2 connectors in the market. So if we want to check what exactly the OBD2 data format, so this is one. So see 11-bit identifier, that 7E8. So if you want to work on OBD2 connectors, this is the identifier for sending the data from the OBD2 connector, that is 7E8, and rest things are like a data or the 64 bit actually. So out of 64 mode, PID numbers, H, BH, CH, DH, these are the different kind of the data formats. So here the identifier is used to distinguish a request, that is ID 7DF, or response it would be the ID 7E8 or 7EF. So whenever you send data from the OBD2 connector, actually the response is given from the ID called as 7E8 or 7EF. So let's say you're snipping entire communication, and you don't know what are those message. So through this message you can understand these are the OBD2 messages are there, right? In the same way, mode the for requests, the 0, 1 to 0A, and for the response is 41 to 4A for a mode track. So as I said, 01 is shows current data, what kind of data it is, and if the data get freeze, right? So 02 would be the PID number. So there are different kind of PID numbers. Erase DTC, diagnostic trouble code, you can say. DTC is nothing but, and clear diagnostic history. So if you send this number in the message itself, like a PID is 04, it will release all the data from the ECU itself. So these are the different kind of DTC is or other, sorry, the PIDs are allocated for every function. So OBD2 connectors, yes, you can see the OBD2 connector with the ECU as well. They are communicated each other. Sometimes ECU has a plenty number of pins where you can find only the ground and the CAN high and CAN low, right? And rest things are peripheral, where other harness connector. Harness connector is nothing but we are wiring related to this vehicle body. We need to plug in actually. So here you can see that the all sensors, ABS control, actuators are connected to each other, right? And that main this actuator or ABS control or sensor are communicate through the engine control unit, and then again over it sends data to the dash panel insert. So depending on the communication how it works. So we'll come to the CAN bus how it works actually, but the entire sensor, ECU, and the instrument cluster are communicate over the CAN bus message. and we'll understand how it communicates. Basically, it broadcasts the entire message from sensors to everyone, actually. So we'll see in detail in next slide. So typical issue found in the cars, actually. So these are typical issue. So these are some sort of gateways, this layer, and then after infotainment comes, then sensor comes, then engine control, then instrument cluster and controllers. So they are connected to each other most of the time through gateways or through a firewall in this way, or other you can say switches. So if you see the internal components, so any smart car, or rather a mid-range car, so they are connected to each other. They talk to each other, right? So you can see how uh, the dashboard, get connected internally with these other parts, actually. So vehicle features, so battery management, front radar, adaptive cruise control. That front radar for adaptive cruise control is nothing but level one, two, three. The automation part, actually, ADAS. So in this way, the cruise control can manipulate your speed as per the approximation, rather you can say range. So internal combustion engine, hybrid motor control, emergency system, window lift, infotainment, seat control. So these entire features are works on particular, you can say, the communication called as CAN bus. So if you see in the entire section, like they have as of now three type of communication over here. We so it's like a flex ray, CAN, and LIN. There is other called as the CAN bus or Ethernet. Then most protocol. So different protocols are there. But for communication point of view, LIN is the requirements are very low, and data rate is also low, and runs on canvas message, right? And then comes flex ray, very fast, and requirement wise it's very cost effective. So very few companies uses those kind of protocols nowadays. Like you can take example of high end cars like Mercedes or BMW, or maybe other companies as well in the market. They can use flex ray for communications. So, main topic, actually, controller area network. So CAN is nothing but controller area network, where most of the time, all vehicle use, actually. So CAN bus, invented in 1986 by Bosch, and then 1987 they come up with a 2.0 as well. 1.0 is released in 1986, and then 87, 88 they released 2.0 canvas. And if you see, you will see that 2.0 is again divided into can 2.0a and can 2.0b, actually. So there is a not much difference, but difference is in the identifier. So in the CAN 2.0a, they use 11-bit identifier, and CAN 2.0b they use 29-bit identifier. So these are identifier which we'll see in the canvas communication. And CAN H and CAN low, the CAN high and CAN low. The entire canvas works on two wires, that is CAN high and CAN low. Canvas uses differential signaling, and it supports OBD2 as well. So the BMW was the first vehicle who uses CAN bus in the 1986, or rather 1989 they use, actually. So if you see canvas frame over here, so as I said, like arbitration ID. So in the canvas 2.1 or 2.0, Canvas 2.0a, they use 11-bit identifier, right? This is the A actually. And rest thing is a DLC. So this is a data length code. At rest, you can see that data and then CRC field and end of frame. So DLC is nothing but how much data you want to send, right? So sometimes 8 byte, 2 byte, rather 3 bytes, right? And the data is particularly how many bytes you are sending, in the data frame itself. So arbitration is nothing but the address for any event actually. So that particular issue has a different kind of allocated arbitration ID. It can be. So let's say in the canvas, you have brake sensors, ECU, you have BCM, body control module, you have brake lamp ECU, then headlamp ECU, and light switch ECU, right? All these are, sensor, or rather you can say ECUs are communicating over the canvas. So whenever braking sensor is applied, that ECU sends all information, or rather nothing but they broadcast all information, or rather spit out the data, nothing but broadcast, and every issue can listen those things, every issue, but only those issues response which is valid to that particular response actually. So maybe in headlamp, they reply back actually in that case. So when uh, you know when you apply a brake, you will see the red lights get started right in this way. The same way, not canvas is nothing but they broadcast all messages at particular broad rate actually. So in this case there are different kind of broad rate they use, uh, S0, S1, S2. We will come into the picture. So basically 500k baud rate, usually a lot of this thing, uh, the vehicles they use. Sometimes 125k use for a low communication, sometimes 150k use for low communication. There would be one question actually. So when they are going to communicate to each other, which one be the highest priority communication this way, because everyone broadcasting their information or data, and there would be a lot of communication is happening in the entire canvas wire, you can say. So which one that particular, the highest priority. So if you are driving a car and applying brake, obviously the brake communication would be a highest priority, right, in this way. So how they define actually. So here, so ECU has ECU1, ECU2, ECU3. Maybe it may be a brake sensor or light switch or headlamp, BCM, or any ECU, right? And ECU2 is nothing, anything like ECU2. So if you see the ECU identifier, let's say they have a 03, and ECU2 identifier 02, and ECU3 identifier is a 05. So in this way, what happened? The communication for ECU is it's consecutive between two consecutive masses. There would be 1 second, and between two for ECU2 there would be 500 millisecond, and ECU3 250 millisecond. So what happened in this way? So whoever has the arbitration ID is very less, that would be the highest priority message. Like let's say ECU2 in this way. 02 is less than 03 and 05. So the 02 would be the highest priority messages. So you can say that whenever you see the entire communication in the vehicle network, and they have very low identifier range, so you can say these messages are the highest priority messages. there are different kind of CAN extended protocols that ISOTP, that is particularly used for transportation protocol. Canvas can open is a open source protocol. GMLAN, they have their own you know Canvas protocol. J1850 PWM keyword protocol, and then 9141, that is, there are different kind of extended protocol in the market. So if you see the entire pinout of the OBD2, so you will see the CAN high is over here and CAN low is over here. So KWM, KLAN, then they have LS CAN low, then MS CAN high. These are they have, now you can see that every pinouts has their own function actually. So let's come to the UDS message. So UDS is nothing but uh, it's a diagnostic protocol actually, and UDS actually works on fifth and seventh layer of OSI model. So if you see in the uh, picture itself, they are using vector device. The Vector is another company where a lot of automobile industry they use actually the vector communication, right? So in the they in this way actually, so uh, they they diagnose the entire entire canvas messages or the particular ECU. So in the development phase, these UDS messages are made in such a way that there are different kind of AutoSAR libraries and other libraries are pre-defined actually, and it may be from these messages made from the vector as well. So these are the standard UDS message implemented in the ECU itself. And let me check what kind of UDS message. So if you see UDS protocol in the Wikipedia itself, so these are SID, request and response, right? So these are the different kind of the UDS messages. I'm sorry, actually. Yes. Now you can see that these are the different kind of messages used for the ECU, where we can see the store data transmission, input output, and there is upload download, right? So if you send those data, request for download, request for upload, transmission, through this over the ECU, you can download some firmwares from the ECU itself, right? You can reset the ECU at the time of driving car, right? Let's say let's take an example. You have the attacker. There would be a targeted attack, and they implant the entire device in the car, and through the implanted device, they can control the car as well over the 4G or 3G, and they send the ECU reset, or rather they can reset the entire cluster, and at the time of driving, you, you are focusing on the cluster or something happening in the car itself, and that the threat goes to the human life in that case. There would be a lot of ton of things you can do with the help of UDS messages, and these some UDS messages are defined from the OEM itself. So that particular chunk of data is used for are the specified for this event actually, or rather this kind of message. So it's defined by the OEM itself, and the tier one, tier two people that take the messages and implement in such a way that whenever they send those kind of UDS message that particular issue, they see those messages actually. So so if I say that in the car itself, so if you have a car and a smart car, and these the number of ECUs would be very large. So minimum it would be 300 to 400 that ECUs you can find in the entire car. So it may be beyond 500 depending on the what kind of car you are using actually, or what are the features you are using in the car itself. So every sensor and every electronic device has the ECU which can control, or which can transmit the CAN bus message in this way. And if you see the coding in the UDS, they use C programming actually. And if you see the number of lines of programs used in the ECU or other entire car, that beyond billions of lines. It's a more than Facebook actually as of now. So it's a billions of lines of code actually you will find in the ECU or other number of ECUs. So that's how it's so more complex, so much complicated mechanism. So if you see the UDS data frame, so SID is a much more important, as I showed on the URL itself, and they have subfunction, then DID values, and data response data. Let's see. So SID is a service identifier assigned by the manufacturer, as I said. Some function is optional function used to specify some functionality request. DID is data identifier sent or received actually. So car manufacturer use custom DID, as I said in earlier actually, and data rig it specifies the data to be stored in DID specification. So these are different kind of service identifier where all issues. Integrity access is nothing but where you can actually what you can do into security access. Let's say you have the TACM, that is transmission control unit, that specifically works for the gearbox, right? And let's say you're talking to the particular CAN bus messenger and over the UDS. So maybe you are going to reset ECU or other download any programs or other firmwares from the ECU itself. They would have the seed key mechanism in this way. So for the seed key mechanism, they implement the seed key mechanism. So for that purpose, you need to ask for the security access. Then they give you the challenge or the seed keys, and once you get the challenge you need to resolve it, and then you will get the access over the ECU itself. So these kind of mechanism they can use. So seed key is nothing but kind of token where once you get the seed key, and using that seed key you can communicate over the ECU itself. So usually manufacturer use 4-digit key seed keys, and most of the times they use XOR actually. So it's easy to crack, easy to understand in this way. So you can see the different kind of control DTS setting, the link control, read memory by address, read scaling data by identifier. These are the different kind of UDS services. So here I say that it's a seed key implementation, diagnostic PC sends level 3 security access request, and ECU responds with the ID and pseudo random challenge. And the PC, that is diagnostic PC, reference to ID against, that is a remote database of ECU and their security key. And after that, Diagnostic PC are nothing but maybe your server or a GM implementation calculate and send the response to particular ECU, and ECU compares the data with their own key, and and enters the desired run level if there if there is a match. So as I said, the most of the time they use XOR encryption for calculation. So let's see, there are different kind of tools are available in the market. So let me show you the tools. Yes. So let me bring this one. Okay. So, so there are some. If you see on the screen, actually, you can, if you want, you can maximize the screen where I am. Yes, I'm audio. So this is the peak, you can say, right? Actually, pick analyzer where they have a DB9 cable, and this version is supports CAN bus as well as the what we can say CAN FD, right? So, and as I said, like you have to have use the DB9 cable. So this pick is they have the USB separate, right? And this is pick. So it's a DB9 to USB, nothing but. And for OBD2, this is the OBD2 where you can plug it into OBD2 connector, and they have the cable DB9. So you need to have connect this thing this way, and one other end of the pick you can plug it into the USB of the your machine, and this thing goes to your video in the car, right? So the same way, uh, in the same way, like you can use the value can 3. It's the same like a pick, but it's a little bit advanced. It's depending on the they can use for lin protocol, they can use for canvas can fd, but the software for this can value can 3, now they have value can 4 as well, so very costliest. USB tin, USB tin is the another very simple and sweet actually that particular small device, and it it uses microchip on the microchip chipset to see to do some sort of canvas trans receiver actually. CAN triple is same like a microchip they are using. There is a CAN badger. You can see on the GitHub they made it out of it. Uh, they uses these are two guys for the CAN badger. They made CAN badger actually. It's very good product actually. It's open source now, and the can badger you can say they have 4 gpio, and they use embed lpc 71768 and lpc expose 1769, and they have 2 db9 can interface plus 2 db9 debug headers, so you can communicate between two ECUs as well. So like a man in the middle attack between the two devices itself you can do, which you can do over the OBD2 as well. But when it comes to the particular ECU, like they want to perform the testing of the ECU, in that case you have to have used both way. So CAN tools is nothing but very interesting tool written in the Python, and you can use this USB tin, CAN triple, and well you can see I believe you can use it, and even the peak device as well. And through the CAN tools you can see the very interactive message. For this CAN badger, I recommend you to see Hardware IO 2016. So pen testing issue like Burp Suit is the name of the talk actually. So you can go and see. It's very awesome thing actually. They written a very awesome client for that purpose. You can see the lean analyzer. It's from the microchip, and you can analyze the entire lean protocol in this way. So what kind of attacks you can perform over the canvas message? You can perform DOS, communication, right? So packet payload modification, packet replay, right after and before attack. So right after and before attack is mainly focused on the switch gateways if you want to test. So right after is like you are sending a legitimate message first, and after you are going to add the malicious packets, right? So for this way you can check the entire switches or other gateways, or before attack you send modifier or other malicious packet, then after that you can send it the legitimate messages. Through this way you can test the entire canvas message. So we'll take a you know a 5 minute break actually, only 5 minutes, so I can check cameras and everything. So take a 5 minute break.
Uh, hey Aaron, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Uh, yeah. I'm looking at the camera now. So give me a 2 minute actually.
Uh,
Okay. Anyways, so we can start. We don't want to waste our time actually in this way. Uh, okay. So here we have simulator. Like a lot of people knows about this simulator actually. It's a instrument cluster IC sim. So IC sim, and if you see in the IC sim itself, they have controls and IC sim. So before that, actually, we need to set up the vCAN, virtual CAN actually. So if you do setup and if you press fconfig, you will see the vcan 0, that particular interface is activated in the kernel itself. Okay, so to start simulator, so we use ICC. We need to use other thing as well. Here we activate ICC vcan 0. We need to start this simulator ICC on the vCAN interface. So you can see this simulator, and same way over here on another terminal, we use control vCAN 0. So let me do this over here, and control the entire this thing with the help of the control panel. So let's say we are turning right, so you will see the indicator. So I'm pressing the right arrow key. If you are going left, so you can press the left arrow key. And if you want to speed up your entire vehicle, so it will increase your speed with the help of up key, right? And the same way, and the below also, right? So what happened, how we can you know communicate this thing actually. So there is a utility called as can utils. uh, they have can dump uh, we can zero, right? And if you say that, you will see these are the communication between these two things. right? So if I go left here or right, or rather we can increase the so speed as well. So here is like you cannot see very particular way. If you say this, the 13A, 30F, and 17C, these are the nothing but identifier. These are DLC, that is data length, and these are the data actually, right? So let's say you use scans sniffer uh, hyphen H, you will see the lot of the switches, right? So here switch you can use hyphen C, and we can 0. So it will shows only those message is getting modified, right? Rest thing they don't use. Let's say we are concentrating on the left. So, okay, now I can show this thing. So if you go to left, so if you concentrate here like 188 over here, so you just concentrate over here, you will see the 188 identifier. Let's see when we do that. So yeah, so you can see the 188 in the identifier here actually. In 18802 is means right, and 01 means left. Okay, so it may goes around. We need to send this message at the uh, no at this. There would be a fires. We can do a fire hose attack. So let's see how we can do that. So 188. Okay, 4 byte. Okay, and 188 message. So there would be a can chain hyphen h. If we do that, and let's say can chain uh, and there is a message. See happen he can or we do can send. Let's do with 188 hash. So this is the way you can corrupt the message. and let's say 0 1 is for left, 0 0 0. So you're sending this thing, and for the communication, for point of view, the POC point of view, we send this one. Oh, sorry. So we can 0. Okay, wait. So you can see this thing. It's not responding as of now. So if we do 0 2, you can see the right indicator is glowing. Right, this way you can do ton of things. You can do with a can generator as well. So you have to only put the payload inside particular message, like say uh, disabled increment, random new random thing, engine hyphen b. Okay, so we'll do with a chain can chain hyphen. Uh, Hyphen I is for identifier, so 188 is a identifier. Hyphen capital D is a data. So our data would be 01, 00, 00, and capital L. Let me see the what exactly the capital L. The data possibility is generation CBA. Capital L is for, okay. Here we can 0 can 0, right? So left indicator is glowing, right? So same way, if you want to do it with a millisecond, specified millisecond. So hyphen G is for the, you can see, where is this hyphen G, millisecond. You can mention the millisecond. Okay, so let's say hyphen G for 10 millisecond. Okay, do. So you'll see this fluctuating, right? So for 10 millisecond, we are sending this particular message continuously. So let's say if I started this communication with the controller, this is the controller again. Here we're going to start this one. Okay. So if you see, the needle is fluctuating because the controller is activated. Okay, we have controller, right, and we'll do attack now. So here let's start for a millisecond, and if you see with the controller as well, it's getting fluctuated, right? So if you do right way, same. So same attacks you can perform, the real time, real time, the ECU, rather, the entire vehicle, right? So depending on the what kind of the scope it is defined by the manufacturer or other tier one, tier two. So in this way you can do ton of things. So I will give you one example, because you can do it on the car itself, if you if you follow the precautions in this way actually. So let's say you have a gearbox, and the gearbox, let's consider this is the 188 is the your parking mode, drive mode, I believe, drive mode. Okay. And 188 is identifier for drive mode, because you are into parking, we are going to drive mode, and you are running the car, or rather driving the car. Okay. So in this way, what happen if you have identifier that 188 is for the drive mode, and you're driving car, and your laptop is connected over OBD2, and you want to perform DOS attack, right? Then you perform DOS attack by sending 0000 messages, right? Only 00 messages, that becomes DOS on the particular drive mode. So in this way, you cannot park it, or other you cannot change the mode actually in this way, and it becomes freeze, and you are only driving the car. Rather, you're driving, you want to do a parking again. If you identify parking, so if you send all the zero data to parking mode, right? So it becomes a DOS attack. You cannot change the mode until and unless you're reignite the uh, uh, entire car actually. Reignite in the sense you have to s- stop and start the entire vehicle again, and then it will reset the entire communication, and again the particular this thing. But I believe that when I started this kind of attacks on my vehicle, that creates a lot of problems. I don't know what exactly the mechanism inside the issue, because I don't want to go further in the testing issues that would be damage. Not exactly the damage. The thing is, I cannot drive my car again. So there would be a lot of problems with the car. So I did one thing, and uh, because of that testing, in the future I was cannot. Sometimes it stopped working actually, entire your gearbox. So that I face a problem, we're testing those kind of vehicle with the gear. So don't mess with don't mess with your uh, you know uh, the TACM, the transmission control unit. You can mess the cluster as well. So you can do a lot ton of things over the cluster. Don't blow up, don't send any message related to the what you can say, uh, emergency messages, like in the actually that particular name, that particular code. Airbags, sorry. Airbags. So in the airbags, where is my in the airbags itself. So if you send those particular message to particular ECU, so airbags get open, right? So don't send those kind of messages in a live car. So these are even you can send the reset ECU on the cluster, but don't send it on the ECU itself. There would be a possibility some sort problem creates while driving the car mechanically, or other safety standard. There would not be a problem, but don't risk your life in the the testing itself. There when you testing the switches or the gateways or the firewall, so you can do a right after before right after or a right before attacks you can perform to bypass the firewall mechanism or a gateway mechanism to connect with other ECU in that case. So rather you can do it stationary as a stationary, that you have the ECU and you can test this, or rather you can put it into vehicle and you can test that particular thing. That two-way you can test the switches and the other stuff as well. So this is how you can test the ECUs and other stuff. There is a mechanism called as nowadays a fleet management system. These fleet management systems are nowadays plays a very important role in smart cars. So these smart cars, these devices actually seated uh, behind that particular infotainment system, or other put it they are into the particular you can say particularly in the ECU network itself, right? So both way they play a major role. Sometimes what happen, these fleet management systems are used for tracking entire automotive vehicles, or for tracking purpose. And same way they can control the vehicle as well. They turn on and turn off the ignition as well. That kind of you know mechanism, you can see that after this thing. uh, these particular message, or rather not exactly, the device actually seated on the OBD2 device connectors, and nothing but they intercept all communication on the through the OBD2 ports. So nothing but they're snipping entire canvas communication, and they have to privilege to write any data as well. So if it is the device OBD2 device or a fleet management device is eligible to write something over the canvas message, there is a possibility that if you have the control over that particular device remotely, so you can do ton of things while driving the car or other in the car itself, right? Those kind of things you can do. So when I was performing some sort of hardware assessment, we found SPI chipset, and we this is the SPI chipset where we extracted data, and for that purpose we use some the debugger SPI and I2C debugger, and we extracted data. We done some sort of reverse engineering. We found some sort of the you can say the URL and some phone numbers associated with that particular OBD2 device. And once we run nmap, we found 8021 particular FTP service is running. And once we open that particular FTP, we found a lot of the binary files actually related to that particular device and other devices as well. So then what happened, and with the help of cloud we get access, and we try to send messages through that particular cloud. That this is the hardware assessment particularly. So we also done some sort of attack over the GPS as well. So we use HackRF, and we have antenna nearby that particular OBD2. You can see the direction of the antenna is towards the uh, driver actually, and the driver itself they have the device. So in India we have a right-handed driving style. So the antenna direction of antenna is towards that particular OBD2. And initially what happened when we use the app actually, so we are into the India that time, and we are driving here and there. So we are in the Maharashtra, Pune, and you can see the direction we are heading particular area. and we see that particular car is running on the map itself. We can see on the map itself, and we started our GSM sim, that is a GPS SDR sim actually. And with the help of this GPS SDR sim, we try to emulate, or rather you can say simulate the entire GPS satellites, and that particular OBD2 device, or rather fleet management device, takes the all the coordinates, pulls all the coordinates from the hack RF, and suddenly we move our entire vehicle to the New York. So in reality, we are driving in the India, and but the location is gives of the US actually. So these kind of attacks you can perform in the other devices as well. Abhijit, anyone from Red Tail Village?
Hey, Aaron.
Hello. Hi,
Yeah,
Srihari. Hello.
can you hear me? Hi, hi.
So Arun, there is a question in the Brilla platform. Someone named Venkatesh is asking, what is the difference between what is differential signaling? Arun?
panelists' name: Kiran, Bryson, Kevdev, and Eminem. Am I right in pronouncing it? Is it Emmanuel or Emmanuel?
locally on my laptop. For some reason, I think
Hello, Manuel.
So folks, I suppose all of you saw the any objections on sticking to those
for me is Kiran. Yep. Then we have Bryson. We have Erley. All right names. So we'll follow the order in the poster just to keep things in one order. Just confirm, Abhijit, when we are live.
And let me click the tweet. Maybe we can get a few more people in.
Yeah.
Better.
Anand, you are live.
Screenshot. I hope you don't mind. Everybody, you are on the screenshot. You all
Yeah,
look great.
that's fine. That's fine. All right. Welcome to the panel discussion, Preemptive Attacks, Relevance of Red Team in Enterprise. We have a group of esteemed guests with us. I would just ask each one of them to introduce themselves, and then we'll start with the discussion. We'll start with Emmanuel. If you can just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Emmanuel. I've been working in the security industry for about 30 years now, starting in an unofficial manner initially before it was called an industry, and moving on to more serious stuff and specializing mostly in telecommunications, mobile networks, GSM, that sort of things. And it's what I enjoy. I tried to escape from the industry a number of times, but it always pulled me back. So here I am talking to you about red teaming.
Awesome. Next up, we have Dr. Erdel. If you can give a quick introduction.
Sure. Erdal Oskaya, working at Standard Chartered Bank as regional CISO. I love the community. I believe events like this help us to share our voice, and you guys are doing a great job for years. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be with our people, with everybody who's watching this and being in touch. Thank you.
Awesome. Next, we have Kiran. If you can introduce. Kiran?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Myself, Kiran. So I'm head of for technical security advisory for Digital 14, part of the corporate information security team. So where I engage with the senior leadership advising on the holistic approach to the cyber resilience. I manage a team of the security operations, IAM, penetration testing, and incident response. I used to speak into the multiple global cybersecurity conferences, be it GSC Summit, SCADA Summit, IQPC, eCrime, ISACA ISF conference, and multiple other cybersecurity topic. So I'm here to talk on the red teaming one. So I'm glad to share my experience and thoughts around this topic. Thank you.
Awesome. Next, we have Bryson.
Hi, former Army officer. Founded my own consultancy 8 years ago called Grim. We've literally hacked everything. From there, spun out an adversary emulation platform. So a quick way to be a force multiplier for the red team called Scythe. I'm the co-founder of the ICS Village, which is a nonprofit on critical infrastructure. And I'm a senior fellow in cybersecurity and emergent threats at R Street, as well as an advisor to the Army Cyber Institute.
Awesome. A quick introduction about myself. I'm Anant Srivastav. I head the technical team within Not So Secure Global Services. We're part of a bigger group called Clarinet Group. And effectively, I deal with anything dealing with red teaming to pen testing to now dealing with DevSecOps initiatives also. So yeah, that's about me. All right, so let's start with the topic that we have for the discussion. The first thought that comes in mind is red teaming is generally considered to be an offensive exercise. Why do you think red teaming is important for enterprise? And if no one has an objection, we stick to the round robin sequence. So we start with Emmanuel.
Okay. Well, so your question was, why do red teaming matters? And I think, and I'm sure that Bryson will be able to confirm that, I think it matters the same way military games matter. You don't get to war every day, but you do train all the time. And why? It's because of readiness. You need to sharpen your tactics. You need to plan your strategies. You need to know your enemy. And I don't think there's any other security tactic that will help you discover advanced threat actors like red teaming. Why? Because they understand the attacker's mindset better, and that definitely contrasts with the myopic approach of most normal security teams. So that's my point of view.
Dr. Adele.
Red teaming is, in my thought, a must. This is the best way to uncover the unknown unknowns, as we say, right? Or, these days, Erica has it. Remember, like 10, 15 years ago, we needed a blind spot assist while we're driving. I think red teaming is the blind spot assist, which is basically helping us to enhance. Look, it's not me. James Comey, the ex-FBI director, who was kicked out by the ex-president, who is still current, he said there's two types of organizations. One, they know they've been hacked. Two, they don't. So why wait to get hacked? Why not go to Bryson, for example, hire him, let him do the testing for you, let him test what you have, and then move forward. Again, if I start to a new organization as CISO, it's like buying a secondhand car. When you buy a secondhand car, you want to go around, you want to check the logs. I have no clue of cars. I will take it to a mechanic. So before I even put my name on anything, same thing applies to red teaming. It will give you the view that people try to hide under the carpet, in my opinion.
Kiran.
Yeah, I think like some of you might already be aware of it. Just to give quick background on the red teaming. So red teaming is a method initially developed by German military in the 19th century, right? The idea was to better unpredictable common events called friction, right, in the military conflicts, and how to tackle this current situation, how to identify that behavior of the enemies, how to react to those situations. So that's where that this red teaming was initially coined, and where that Bruce Neer said in one of the articles, said that security is a process, not a product, right? As the cyber attacks becoming increasing sophisticated and act techniques became more highly targeted, and must learn how digital advisory think to identify gaps in the security program. A red team security assessment is to identify the digital, physical, and workforce elements in the organization, right? So, be it could be the financial impact or loss to the market advantage, or could be the corporate reputational damage to the various threat. It could be the state-sponsored or the criminal organization being the threat vectors which is popping to the organization. That's where that so it is deviating from the traditional penetration testing kind of method, right? So it needs to simulate it with the real world situation, real world scenarios, by replicating the tactics, techniques, and procedure for real world scenarios. That's where that red team is essential. And in some organization, people may be doing it as a full time. In some organization, they have somebody they are outsourcing it to the third party to do this kind of activity.
Awesome. Bryson, your thoughts?
Sure. Red teaming, first of all, must be important, or why else would I be up at 6 a.m. on a panel for it? The second part is, so we're using the military references. We have an expression that the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. And the idea being there, of course, is exactly like a lot of what the other esteemed panel members have said, is we need to learn before somebody else teaches us. And we have another aphorism in the military that no plan survives first contact. Attackers are not following your rules. When I like that we also pull the fact that it's not just technical, it's the combination of your risk surface across technical and people, and understanding what kind of chaos and how they're working outside of those normal operations. One of the things I think that is always enlightening, and this is why I'm a big fan of tabletop exercises, is how quickly you start seeing assumptions laid bare in your organization, realizing that you hadn't thought this scenario through, that's not documented. When several people start looking across the table from each other and pointing the finger and be like, well, I thought you would have been responsible for that. You start to really peel those things back. The entire purpose is to find the risk of your business. It's assuring that your business operates the way that you think it's going to. One of the things that I like to point out all the time, because I think it's hard for IT and defensive and then offensive security folks to put this, is where do we fit with respect to the business? The entire purpose of a business is not to do red teaming, unless you started your own red teaming company. The purpose of a business is its own operations. IT is a support mechanism that enables a modern business to scale at an efficiency that we couldn't see before. Inside of that then is defense to assure that IT. Offense is a niche within that. I think this is important because, one, it ties how budgets and priorities, as well as how a business looks at these, because we have a strong problem in this industry of talking nerd and thinking the business is just going to get why red teaming is important. We have to translate it into their terms, understanding that relative order is never going to change. The other part, because I want to echo what Kieran did, is Kieran also started to lay out the other misconception that we have is a lot of people think red teaming is a lot of different things, right? There are three core elements to looking at a business. I break them down into the attack chain is fundamentally just three areas: reconnaissance, access, post-access. And those can be iterated, but fundamentally I'm learning about you, I'm getting in, and then I'm accomplishing my goals as an attacker once I'm inside in an iterative fashion, from how do I get to here to what do I want to do? And that's where Kieran was talking about. Those are my TTPs. That's my order of battle and my behaviors that I'm going to follow to be able to go and get the crown jewels that I want to accomplish. What we're seeing then with the red team is the red team is emulating that adversary, using that order of battle and those TTPs to accomplish that goals. And what happens with my business while that's happening? When can I see it? When can I understand it? When can I respond? And when can I fix it?
So Bryson actually touched on a very good point, which was around budgets. And that kind of ties into the second question that I had in mind. We all talk nerd. We all talk that, yes, red team is important. And everyone has their own way of saying that it is important. But this is a question more not just for you, but also a guidance that you want to give to the audience who are listening. How can a person who is sitting at maybe a CISO or a top executive position level can convince the people who controls the purse, effectively someone from finance team or someone from the top management who basically would be signing the letter saying, yes, the budget is granted? How do you go about convincing them? So we can again follow the same flow. So Emmanuel, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, in a nutshell, I would go to the management and tell them, well, you can either spend 100 now or use $1 million later. It's usually something they understand. But the industry has evolved a lot in recent years and decades, at least since I started. In the beginning, the management was not even aware there was such a thing as information security breaches. There was no awareness. It happened, of course, but they didn't know about it. And then there was some sort of basic awareness where they sort of knew that, wow, we need to do something about it. But that didn't necessarily mean that they did it the wrong way, did it the right way, sorry. So they would spend money, but not necessarily in the right areas. I mean, in the telecommunication industry, where I work a lot, they would go out and buy every product they could get their hands on, because in the telecom world, they like boxes. You know, they don't understand the concept of a service like a pen test or an audit or a red teaming. No, they just want a box that they can plug into their network and it serves a certain function. For example, preventing every security threat known to man. And of course, there is no such product. However, recently, in the last few years, attacks have become more sophisticated. The awareness due to media exposure and all sorts of factors have basically improves the way management understand those threats and know that not only something needs to be done about it, but something useful needs to be done about it, something that actually produce results and brings them a return on their investment. And it, of course, leads to another question. How do you measure that return on investment? I mean, how do you measure the fact that you're not being hacked? Can you put a number on that? And more people are doing that. And red teaming, it has to be part of the equation, because in my view, it's the only way to actually get a proper return on advanced threats that can compromise your network for years. In telcos, we've seen threat actors that have been exploiting the networks they were in for years. Literally, we've seen actors that have been there for more than 10 years in certain networks. Extracting data, CDR records, information about subscribers, geolocation data. Now, how do you measure the cost of that? How do you translate that into something the management can understand? Well, it's another exercise, of course, and we tell them, well, you have a reputation threat, you've got a privacy disclosure threat, you can have your license revoked because you're not doing enough to protect your customers. And it's all down to basically, oh, my stock price could be affected, and I could lose a lot of money. I could lose millions, and that's the language they understand. And well, red team is a good way to mitigate those risks that can lead to financial disasters. So yeah, that's it.
So, Dr. Adel, your thoughts?
Emmanuel has explained it well. So let me take it from the other perspective. CISO. As a CISO, which I'm the regional CISO at the moment, not the group CISO. I'm responsible of multiple countries. Again, 10, 15 years ago, what CISO? What cybersecurity, right? It was a bit hard to explain why you needed to invest. But today, I mean, if you ask me one thing, what hackers do well is because of them, we have more value. They know, like 10, 15 years ago, we used to be the guy who, hey, virus, go format the computer. Ah, yeah, you got access to my C drive. And, it was sending a couple of NetSet messages or whatsoever. Of course, there were some other people that were going to advance, but it was limited. But today, everybody's aware. So we transform. And if you ask me today, what is the role of a CISO, to answer your question? It's not being a nerd anymore. You have to understand the business, and you have to understand the business to the bits as you understand cybersecurity. If you understand the business and tell what the weaknesses are, so we have to do red teaming against the management. As red team, we found the mistakes. Instead of hacking them, we just write a report, we give it to them. We hope the blue team is not going to detect us, or we hope they're going to detect us. So it's the same thing. We go in front of the management. I mean, I did it before. I used to work for a Fortune company, which is in top 3. I mean, Microsoft. Let's go straight to the point. And I went to a couple of customers 3 times. Let's say the customer was in New York with New York Times on it. Put the customer name, you are hacked. Put the newspaper in front of the customer. How much are you going to pay to get rid out of this? Where you can have a proper red team. I mean, Microsoft was not doing red teaming. I was a cybersecurity advisor recommending. I'm like, look, Microsoft's not going to earn any cent out of it. My job is to advise you, and I highly recommend you to have a red team. Of course, this is the very extreme approach, which not everybody should take, because you can lose easily customers. But but honestly, I did it, and I swear to God, I went to a CISO explaining if they don't do XYZ, they're gonna get fired, straight in the face. This could be understood as threatening, or this could be understanding as adversary. If you go with the facts and tell, it's like, hey, COVID-19. If you don't want to die, maybe it will not kill you. All what you have to do is wear a mask, use some hand sanitizers, keep a distance, and try to follow the basic rules. It's up to you to stay healthy or not. So, in my opinion, every institution should have a cybersecurity strategy. And this cybersecurity strategy, it should be not just based on the products. It should be based on, of course, training the talents. I don't want to take the question to a different area, but the most important thing is the cybersecurity strategy should also tell us what our weaknesses are. Isn't that why we go to doctors? When you feel a pain, when you cough a lot, you go to the doctor, for example, and hey, you're smoking too much. If you continue like this, you're gonna die. It's up to you to stop smoking. This is also some sort of red teaming, in my opinion. The only difference is, I wish you could go straight to red teamer. We are not there yet. But if big organizations continues to get hacked and paid millions and millions as ransom, I don't want to mention the name, but I think we all know. Honestly, if you ask a company to go to Emmanuel's or Bryson company, pay, I don't know how much they charge, but I'm pretty sure it's not near million, okay? Not even near half. So how much did that big GPS smartwatch company paid? They were demanded for 10, negotiated for $4 million. I'm pretty sure with that $4 million, any professional red teamer can rebuild the company with, I don't want to mention zero trust, this and that, but things can be built in much better way, right? Again, I don't want to take others' time. Back to my car example. If you don't understand the car, take it to a mechanic. And if the mechanic tells it's a great car, but the gearbox has some issues, you're going to pay $200, $300. I don't know, I'm making it up. Change the gearbox, this car will take you for another 100,000 kilometers. If you ignore, one day under the rain, you're going to regret when the car stops. Oh my God, you have to push the car. That's why, putting all this into matter, explain this in the business way, not as I did, to the management, should make your life a bit easier, in my opinion.
Kiran, what has been your experience?
Yeah, well, I think I agree with most of the thoughts from Emmanuel, Erdal, and Bryson regarding this. I think with the current situation, knowing all that organizations are going in the difficult times, right? Many organizations, if you put across any line item, even if it is part of the budget also, right? So they always ask that, what is the purpose of this? You need to justify in the current situation, right? That is hard for any of the CISOs or head who leads it for the penetration testing or the red teaming kind of exercises, right? The investment, you need to justify it to make it viable, and you need to link it back to the business, and you need to show that how this business is getting benefited out of it, right? So as I mentioned it earlier, that some organization can have a dedicated red team, others may have a pen testing team, right? So they do both periodic penetration testing in addition to the red teaming. It's not much difference in the approach if you either keep it dedicated red team or the team which has the penetration testing and doing the red teaming, right? So I always strongly recommend, in case if you don't have the dedicated red team, you always can have some pen testing team which you already have in-house, and build the capability within the team itself, right? Equipped with the adequate tools and education by attending to the SANS, Black Hat, Nullcon, RSA, or Cocoon kind of conferences to know how adversary act in this specific situation. So, and also like, what are the things which you need to help the organization to improve the security posture, right? That's what it is very important to benefit it from here, right? So, and also when you talk to the chief finance officer, for example, suppose you link it back to the dollar value and reputation factor with some finding impacting to the business. If you talk on that, you know what, I wanted to do the red teaming on my network infrastructure. Okay, is this anything which is required for the business right now? People always have this question, right? So always bring it back to some critical application, showing and demonstrating that. So it's the, for example, if it's in the telecom domain, you can show it something like the payment gateway, right? Or if it's a bank, show it at the ATM switches, right? So this is where that we are performing the red teaming and make executive team understand the need of the red team and how it can be benefited. And then once you get the buy-in from the management, get the budget approved for this, then get into the next level and improvise the red team engagement model itself. So it's a gradual process. It's not a one-time job. Actually, you can do it and perform and complete it. So you need to take it as a long journey and show it as a pieces and show that what you can achieve as a tangible result at the end of this engagement. Then demonstrate it, make your executive team like no coach and tell them that they can able to talk the other peers actually in the business. They can tell that so how it can be benefited by considering it the red teaming exercises, how you can prevent some of the cyber security attacks, show the factual evidences that how some of these best players, the CMMI level companies, if they are not following the red teaming, how they have come under the cyber attack umbrella, how the adversaries look into the attacks. So once you give that kind of big picture to the management, then gradually program, the team program will improvise to the next level. That's my.
So, Bryson, your thoughts, and I think you have a slightly different approach to it because you're sitting outside and offering the services. So, how it works for you? What's your thoughts on how do you convince it?
Sure. So a different take that I've seen on the you've been hacked or not been hacked is I see that there are two kinds of companies in cybersecurity. Leadership cares, leadership doesn't care.
Yes.
Yeah. No amount of tool or quality personnel can overcome what is a priority from the leadership's perspective. It comes down to resourcing and time. The other part of that is that tends that when leadership doesn't care, they're compliance focused, not security focused. Red teaming is not compliance focused. Red teaming is understanding what will happen to your security in a real world way with a real world adversary that you are emulating or simulating, not running down a checklist. You want to be creative. You want your red teams to be thinking outside the box. Now, saying that, one of the pitfalls to the red teams is I see red teams that just try to win. They do whatever they think they can do just to win. I get in, I own Active, I own Active Directory and domain. I drop mic, I walk out because I own everything. I've got it. I'm done. Well, what did the business learn from that? And so the red teaming in its the red teaming in its operation has to be business focused. When we talk about talking the business language, that is, as Karen said, right? We're trying to talk dollars. Do not talk CVEs. Do not talk server configurations. They don't care. They do care going, well, this is your customer's financial information. This is PII. This is PHI, right? These are things that have tangible value when we know what that value is to our business. The other challenge that we have is, as Emmanuel is talking about, though, is, okay, let's talk about risk. Well, simplistically, risk is impact times probability. Human psychology for all of us is terrible at understanding and appreciating future risk. We just don't. We are really good at, well, I'm doing this already and therefore it's already good and I don't need to worry about that. And so being able to understand how much that is a real risk is a very difficult problem because you're fighting that psychology. The other challenge for the red team is that inherently there are different ways to run red teams, right? I can pick different starting points. I can be black box where I have no information of the organization. So this is something that would happen with an external red team, to more of a gray or white box where I'm inside the organization or I have information to start. I always recommend that, because going back to the 3 phases of recon, access, and post-access, business value increases down those phases, right? Recon and learning something about you doesn't harm your business. It's just me gathering information, and that has some value. Access is the proverbial burglar coming and picking the lock to open the door, and they're now touching your computers, and they can get shell, right? I've got access, but I actually haven't done anything to you yet. I'm there, but nothing has happened. I haven't stolen anything. Post-access then is looking at what are all those abilities to do things. That's where there's the most business value. And so that's something, particularly when we talk about red teaming and cost, that I recommend to a lot of organizations based on their posture, based on what kinds of resources they want to commit. The cheaper red teams, there are ways to do that and still emulate valid parts of the attack chain from an adversary perspective that doesn't cost as much. If you want me to start from nothing, you're asking me to do an entire intelligence operation of all sorts of different kinds of things to learn about what I'm then going to do to operate. That has a cost and not necessarily as much business value. This is where I'm going to then bring a curveball into this. This is where I believe the concept of what we call purple teaming has come about. For those of you who haven't heard purple teaming, no, we're not just making up additional colors. Polka dots are not next. Purple teaming is it. Purple teaming is just the evolution of red teaming and saying, okay, red team with the adversary emulation of looking at it as more of like, these folks go away, they conduct a campaign, and they come back and give me a report. And then everybody has, kind of an adversarial culture of being apart from each other. And then a large report of all of your failures show up. Is let's do it together. And I think this is great because it forces you to, one, have a collaborative culture of security. 2, you get the results as you go. And what you do is you decide in advance together, this is what we want to test. This is the adversary we're gonna pick. These are the TTPs we're gonna walk through, and we're gonna do them in a milestone-oriented fashion together. So the first thing we're gonna do is, I want to see what happens with your ability to see an active recon post-compromise here. And then we conduct the active recon together. And meanwhile, the blue team and the defense are sitting there going, well, we didn't see that, or how do we do that? And you dial in the detections, you validate that, and then you move on to the next step. And so you're improving as you go, and everybody's a part of that.
Awesome. So I think, Bryson actually touched on some important points around purple teaming, or making the results of red teaming usable within the organization. So another slightly related question that I had was, I think all of you have seen red teaming exercises. If I pick the wrong side and ask a question, what do you think are the major pitfalls people have when they're doing red teaming, or they're asking for red teaming? Or maybe take it from your own experience. What was that one red teaming experience that you think you could have done differently or better if you would have thought in a different manner? Maybe sticking with a target where there was no point targeting that because it was getting decommissioned 2 weeks later, or maybe looking at the environment in a totally different manner. What has been your experience? Something for people to think about, that, hey, this could be a tangentially wrong approach towards red teaming, and I should avoid that. So let's take from the same order. So Emmanuel, your thoughts?
Okay. Well, I think you cannot approach red teaming the same way in every organization. To use another military analogy, and I'm sure Bryson will have better ones, you don't plan a land invasion, urban warfare, or submarine hunting the same way.
Exactly.
So based on that, there can be different approaches that give different results. I mean, continuous testing obviously comes at a cost, but it's optimal risk discovery because you keep doing it all the time. So you might actually catch the second time what you've missed the first time. And pre-approved engagement can have a wider, deeper view of the scoped area. And this can be very important. For example, in telcos where I work, there are some key systems that are not often audited because they're mission critical, because they're proprietary, because nobody really understands the security issues of them. And to go back to your question, what could have we done better? Well, I feel that sometimes we don't go deep enough in those areas because of constraints from the vendors or constraints from the operator we work with. They say, oh no, please don't go there too deep because that could affect the service, and service quality might be affected, subscribers might notice. They're very, very nervous about that because in telecommunication, it's a mission critical environment. You cannot disrupt the service. It's always a priority number one of those organizations. Security always comes second. So yeah, I guess in those areas, sometimes I regret that we couldn't go deep enough and engage them the red team way on those very interesting, obscure proprietary platforms. So apart from that, well, I'm sure there are always things we could do better, but that's kind of true for every kind of job. So over to you guys.
Dr. Adel.
I cannot agree more. This is not what makes us better, learning from experiences. If I had today's mindset when I was 20, probably I could be even better today. And when we look at humanity, this is not what happened. From the first human, where we're trying to get fire and try to get the wheels to where we are today, it's all because, we can fall. It's okay, as long as we can move forward. Back to your question. When you go hunting, let's say you aim to hunt deers. I'm totally against hunting. I'm really bad. I never touched a gun in my life, but just an example. And you are in wild. I mean, if you go for deer hunting, most probably you will try to aim deers, but are you not going to hunt, let's say, if you see another animal? Or more importantly, if you're in danger, are you not going to shoot at that wild pig, for example, who's trying to attack you? Are you going to say, oh, no, I'm here to hunt deer and not pig? Just example. So I believe in, colors are really not important. I love all the colors. As Bryson said, purple teaming, which is the new name. But if you want to call it orange team or blue team or red team, honestly, as long as you get value out of it, having a dedicated team, looking continuously, approved or pre-approved, honestly, team should have their, in my opinion, purple or red team should be always independent. Of course, within the group policy. When I say the group, I'm not talking about the Active Directory group policies, okay? I mean the company policies. They should be able to do whatever they like. When I say whatever they like, it doesn't mean they should go and read CEO's emails in the ethical matter. Of course, they need some, like if there is a pen testing activities, I would love to get the approval, for example, from the CISO, but everybody else should not know. They have no business to know it. I mean, if I tell now, Anand, I'm going to come and test your alarm tonight, what will you do? Will you go and sleep or will you go and ensure? It's like if the auditor tells you they're going to come and audit your business today at 3 p.m., I hope you get ready beforehand, right? And you don't wait till last minute. In my opinion, this engagement should happen as you wish as the team manager. Try to measure the strength of the blue team, the strength of the activities, because if you don't do it, I'm pretty sure, depending on which organization you are, there is plenty of other people. They are waiting to find that one mistake, one vulnerability, one open door, port, you name it, to go into your organization and maybe harm you, which can which can damage your brand, your reputation, your job. I mean, CISOs, unfortunately, are like the coaches in the sports scene. You might be the most famous. I mean, I know probably cricket will be a better example for you, but I'm going to give maybe basketball or football example. Mourinho, I'm pretty sure you heard the name. So, this Portuguese coach who became very famous, who was even Manchester United, won all these cups. It doesn't matter what your name is. If you don't bring the results, you're going to be the first out of the door. You cannot replace the whole team, right? So it's up to you to protect the companies, organizations, whatever, brand, your reputation, and of course the confidentiality, integrity, and ability. I hope this answered the question.
Pretty much. Bryson, what's your take?
Sure. So again, the external perspective.
Just a minute. Sorry, I skipped Kiran. Kiran, we'll take him first and then we'll come to Bryson. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. I think the good part of this panel discussion is that, so what we see is that two from internal one and two people who are at the vendor side, right, on how they are seeing the pitfalls, like at the enterprise level. So what are the challenges? What are the lessons learned? So as a team, actually, what they are seeing in the various engagement, it is a good learning exercise for everybody. So what I always see it actually for any of these red teaming exercise, the scope matters a lot because you have to define the scope, what are activities which you will be performing it, and what are the target system which you will be looking into the red teaming part. In some cases, vulnerability can be safely demonstrated on a live environment. Still, it's not wise to launch a real attack against the production system, which are business critical in cases which are not having any background to anybody in the organization. If the red teamer has the understanding and competent and confident enough with the specific scenario and has taken the pre-approval well in advance from the CISO, then it should be okay to execute it to the specific scenarios what I'm referring. So if you're targeting on the Active Directory, targeting on the pretty standard applications, no need of any kind of pre-approval. So if it's something which is the specific business revenue generating application, that requires the special approvals. So in addition to this, so sometimes the red team or the blue team or even could be the purple team are proud of what they are doing it, right? Like sharing of information could be a challenge. It's in some cases what they think, team thinks it, you know what, so I am the strongest, I can able to break it any kind of network what you have, right? So in the other way, it's coming from the blue team as well. So not all red team or the blue team test scenario might not be possible to cover the environment like the SCADA systems, because there are systems where that you not able to do it, the sophisticated attacks in a real time, because it's not directly connected. As a red teamer, without knowing the context, without knowing anything, if you give him target to the SCADA system, it may take longer time. Probably you can break it out, but it takes longer time. So in some cases, so what I strongly believe in, rinse and repeat the testing. So what you are doing the testing, don't think that is the full and final. So you need to identify it and you need to take it to the next level, do the repetitive testing and work with the various team internally and ensure those findings are mitigated 100%. So if you just doing the testing will not help it in any way. It's just like accumulating laundry list of findings. So you need to fix it, scope the application to be well tested in the organization and remediated as well. Yeah, that's my thought on that.
Thanks, Kiran. Bryson, back to you.
Sure. So first, reiterating what I said earlier about the different kinds of leadership focus, compliance versus security. Compliance focus is give me a Nessus scan. Security focus, do a real red team. Vulnerability scanning is not red teaming. Second, client ego. I have met clients that are just like, yep, just see if you can beat us. We think we're the best in the world. And that's not the point. Like, you're spending a lot more money and making it a lot more difficult. So again, accomplish what's business value because you've let ego get in the way. And again, like I said earlier, this is a problem also for red teams where they're ego driven versus mission driven. And then the final piece, which I'll throw on, follow on from what Kieran just said there, is so once you've achieved a new posture that is stronger based on what your lessons learned, repeatable testing is key to being able to continue to validate that that posture is maintained. People are always doing different things. I joke the best hackers in the world are your own employees, particularly when you tell them no.
Yes.
They will circumvent any control that gets in the way and makes their jobs harder. So understanding that continually changing calculus of people, the employees in your organization, as well as your IT staff, and those controls, because you cannot, I mean, you'd be surprised how often things have configuration drift. What you think got to a certain point changes, and then the next thing you know, your certain endpoints are no longer logging alerts and details to the SIM. So you've lost visibility, right? Checking these things repeatedly is the way that you find this after you've already established what you've learned.
Cool. Bryson, actually, yeah, Dr. Adel, your voice, we can't hear you.
I unmuted this, not my microphone,
Yep.
double microphone, you know. Ensure, just in case Bryson is not listening to us. Anyway, I also saw customers, you know, when they get hacked somehow, when I used to do threat hunting, you know, even a commodity malware, which you can find anywhere, they take it as like the most sophisticated attack vector, and they're the unique one or the special one. I'm pretty sure, Bryson, you saw many of those ones as well, right? Like even a commodity malware, it's taking, oh, you know what? This malware is unique, and we were hit in a way that nobody in the universe. This is not even a 0-day or an ATP attack. This is the aliens.
I haven't seen the alien
that.
threat model yet, Erdal, so that's a new one for me. I'm going to have to research that. I'll present it at DEF CON when I figure it out. But I think you have hit on this, right? When we look at what the most common, hackers are lazy, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all are, right? So a threat actor is no different. I am going to take the path of least resistance every single time, right? I don't have to pick the lock if the door is open. I'm just going to jiggle it up. Well, I'm in there. And you could have this huge fence around it. And I mean, as long as I can walk through the gate, who cares? The most common access vector is still email. I'm not doing anything technically sophisticated. I'm sending you emails. And the cost difference to send one email and 10 million emails is negligible. So I just keep sending email, and it's not really technical compromise. I'm not dropping sophisticated, you know, O-day or even N-day, because I just got to get somebody to click, and somebody always clicks. And then once I'm in, all I'm doing is blending in with what your operations already allow me to do. I mean, so particularly in critical infrastructure where I do a lot of work, critical infrastructure is fantastic because nothing's encrypted and every machine just does exactly what you tell it to do. I don't have to hack it. I just have to tell it to do stuff.
I'm going to watch the session from the front row, hopefully.
So, Bryson, you brought in a point about ego. And ego actually, in my opinion, plays a role at different places. One, you were talking about an organization being egoistic about their security controls. The other angle that you said was about red teamers getting in the ego drive and just trying to prove that they're the best. What I've also seen is, besides the top management, it's actually the red team and the not being able to share the information properly and having a very adversarial look towards each other. So if all four of you are in that position where you have a red team and a blue team and they are at a conflict, how would you resolve it? Because this is, I think, one of the most common things people face who are sitting within the organization. So what's your thought? Let's start from Emmanuel.
Well, that's an interesting question. And I will go back. I didn't know I was doing purple testing until Bryson mentioned it. Many times when we do the red teaming exercise and we present the results, then the opposite team, the in-house security team, they say, "Oh wow, how did you do that? Can we learn about it?" So actually, we turn them purple. I didn't know there was such a term, but I'm definitely going to use it from now on, if that's okay, Bryson. Purple teaming has value because not only you will expose the risk and the security threat, etc., but you will also bring up the level of the in-house security team. In telcos, they always have a security team, and with different level of competence, of course. But part of our role is always to make them better. They should be able to defend themselves. They shouldn't be only relying to us doing the job. And I think that's a very valid point. And to go back to the ego problem, and I'm really happy we talk about that because there's a lot of ego in the industry, both on the client side, but also on the professional side. One security risk that we don't always take into consideration is security professional risk. The guys that say, well, I have a CISSP and I'm the best and you can trust me. And some managers listen to that and some even believe it. So, you get the illusion of security because some guy who doesn't really know what he's doing can talk the right way to the management. So that's definitely a risk. And from the red team perspective, what we've seen sometimes is that some red teams might not have the skill sets necessary to be at the level of advanced threat actors. And the experience can be humbling. There are some threat actors that can do stuff that you don't even know exist. In the telecom industry, there's one story that is quite famous. It's called the Athens affair, like the Greek capital, because it happened in Greece. And a threat actor was discovered by a bit by luck, and they were able to, live patch, in-memory patching of binaries running on mobile switching centers. Those are high available mission critical platforms. The platforms that are switching your calls. They're written in Plex, a language you probably never heard of, and they're able to binary patch live those systems. When you see that, you know that you can't do that. You know that you will never have that kind of knowledge. Obviously, those were government threat actors because nobody else has the resources to go into that. So as red team, we shouldn't let our ego, take precedence, and we should always have the approach that, maybe there are some threats we don't know about. It's important to, not always believe we are the gods of information security. And thanks all of you for mentioning that. I think it's important. Yep.
Cool. Dr. Adel, your thoughts?
Ego. I mean, we all have some sort of ego, right? I got a PhD. I wrote dozens of books, or I worked in the military. Honestly, I used to train as well many years ago. And sometimes when I used to go classes, I see my students. I'm like, oh my God, how did you do that? The good thing in cybersecurity, it's like being in China. I don't know if you went to China. If you go to China market, you go and negotiate. And you negotiate. At the end, you believe you got the best price. I mean, I guess you're from India. You know exactly what I mean. And you think you got the best deal until you go and meet a friend that they got even a better deal. Being a cybersecurity professional is the same thing. You think you are the best, and then you meet a 17-year-old boy who hacks Twitter and collects $100,000. He's just 17. Or I can give many other examples, right, from this. So ego is good as long as you know how to control it and how you move forward. Because at the end, we all spend our life to come to a place in a career. You're not in our careers. You're not going to let a little boy go challenge Emmanuel, who spent all his years and get gray hairs to build his company, to bring it to this stage. Or, of course, he's going to have his pride or ego, in other words. But I'm pretty sure his ego is not bigger than him. That's why he is where he is, looking at his public profile. Again, step back. knowing is good, sharing is good, but there's going to be always better. And I think Kiran has reminded me that, like, or maybe it was Bryson. Sometimes, you know, hackers are lazy, right? And if you don't have, you know, you don't have to really always wait for vulnerability. Somehow, if you go, as Bryson said, I think, into your organization, you go do a search into, you know, you do enumeration, and sometimes you find some executables ready for you there, because somehow the internal security team did some testing. Somehow they were able to download some stuff, and they done some penetration testing, maybe successfully. They forgot one little important step to clear the track. They forget that the executable, DLL, whatever there, which can make Bryson jobs much easier sometimes to execute. And unfortunately, I saw this happen as well. Again, I'm not in this deep level industry for a while now, but when I look back, I still remember and smile. And when you speak, I'm like, how can you forget this? I'm like, yeah, it's just a little DLL. But again, sometimes, you know, it's doing, as I said, we all do mistakes. As long as we fall and move forward, as long as we learn from it, that's why we're in this community. Bryson wakes 6 a.m. up. Emmanuel, you know, he left his business. Kiran, he took some off. In Sydney, at the moment, it's 11 p.m. here. I'm currently in Sydney. And believe it or not, I'm going to wake 1.5 hours. I have an engagement with Microsoft, but I wanted to be here because it's important to share, because it's important to learn, more importantly. I hope this was, you know, I wanted to add a different angle for the question.
That's
Kiran, you're next.
Kiran.
Yeah, thank you. Like, so I think the egos and conflicts are very common to any corporate culture, right? So it's no way different from any of the companies. So it's all the time, like, no, people need to remember one thing, like, so either it could be the blue team or it could be the red team. It's always that we are enabling the business, right? And need to, whatever the findings that we come up as part of the red team engagement, like what is the risk exposure, right? So technical teams are bound to have this kind of conflicts, and it is the leadership responsibility, or the some manages both the team need to tell them that, like, what is the risk which is exposed to the business, what is risk exposed to the system and the people or the process, which we need to talk on that and need to sort it out. If we solve it at that level, then we can able to reduce the ego or reduce the conflicts within the both the teams. So it's always the robust interaction between the red and blue team is necessary. It's not a win or who wins or who lose the game, right? The objective is to establish a win-win environment where blue team learn from the process and develop sharpened skill to defend the organization system when the red team is chartered or with an alternative solution. So it's not like, no, so who wins or who loses the game. So it's always a as a people, like, no, always have one kind of mentality that, so I want to put what's in front of you, like, no, everybody should agree to that one. That's not that actually it's not a correct way of defining the things. So if you step back and understand the holistic view, that like how it is impacting, then probably can avoid the conflicts and also the ego within the red and blue team. That's my view.
Awesome. Bryson, your thoughts from your side of the picture.
Everyone on this panel is a leader. Leadership is the art and science of getting people to do something they don't want to do.
Exactly.
That's exactly what this question is. This is no different than any other problem that we face in the world on a daily basis, at home, with our families, with our friends, and certainly what we see amplified in corporate culture, where we're starting to deal with different factions and structure and the momentum and inertia of that organization. And really, there's just two aspects to it. Either somebody is threatened or somebody doesn't understand something. Our jobs as leaders is to set that vision, that expectation, and get them the training, the education that they need to accomplish their goals.
Awesome. I think we are just about to finish our time. So thanks a lot to all of you for sharing your insights. And I think it was a good discussion we had. We touched base on right from why do we need red teaming to we were now talking about how to ensure that red and blue work together. So we covered, I think, a larger gamut of red teaming, its usage, and the need for it. So thanks a lot, everyone, for joining the panel and sharing your knowledge with us. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.
Go to bed, Bryson.
Abhijit, we are done. So
I have a presentation in an hour here.
Another one? Believe it or
Yes,
not, I have to wake up now.
They signed me up for 2 presentations. So the evolution of offensive security, which actually talks through the whole process and puts it in a historical context.
Cool.
I have one presentation coming up in a few minutes.
Okay.
Then we better go. All right, thank you, guys. I have to go to
Thank
bed
you,
as well.
guys.
I have to wake up in 1 hour. Thank you.
Nice to meet you
Thank you
all.
all. Nice.
Everybody
Thank
keep
you,
in
everyone.
touch.
Thanks a lot.
Nice catching up. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Levy. I'm speaking from Israel, part of the EY Advanced Security Center here in Israel. And it's an honor to be here today with you at Red Team Village, Hack in the Box, especially at the UAE. Really an honor to be part of this. So I'm very happy and looking forward to this discussion. Today we'll be talking about zero trust networks, a buzzword we've been hearing a lot, and trying to place this more into the perspective of red team activities and what this means for us from red team and pen testing activity perspective. So as I mentioned, my name is Dan Levy. I'm focusing mostly in offensive security operations, cyber innovation, zero trust, all that stuff. In my free time, I'm a yoga Ashtanga instructor. I guess that's just for the quick slide on me. One quick disclaimer about this talk. Everything here is not based on EY's opinions or its affiliates. Classic disclaimer, as you can imagine. Today, what we'll be talking about is zero trust, which is overall a buzzword or a very important paradigm shift that occurred in cybersecurity approximately 7 years ago when the concept was first introduced. The idea of this concept is to change people's perspective on cybersecurity and to move it beyond we can call it the castle and moat perspective of security, where the perimeter is your first line of defense and everything that's behind your DMZ is considered as sensitive assets. So zero trust is basically this perspective where we stop the excessive focus on the perimeter as the checkpoint of your data security and apply a layered approach to security or to zero trust, which basically means don't just trust anyone because they're in your network. Validate and verify their behavior within the network in order to confirm if this behavior is compliant or not with security practices. So overall, zero trust is a concept. It's a theory. It's a very good one, and one that's basically taking cybersecurity by storm and convinced a lot of the cyber products to adapt their strategy to become zero trust products. However, zero trust in itself is a very big challenge also, in the sense that not everybody knows how to implement zero trust. Again, it's a concept. It's not a step-by-step guide. And so many companies, many products view zero trust differently, and the implementation is basically the major challenge. However, if we look at all the different theories around zero trust and how companies are applying zero trust, overall zero trust relies on three very important pillars. The first one is the network architecture. How are users accessing the network, and how the network is structured. 2, IAM, or how users' roles and how is the access provided. And 3, monitoring, which is basically verifying the activities within the network on a recurring basis. And so within this context, COVID has become very helpful in the past few months to basically put even more focus on the zero trust concept, with, as you all know, remote workforce becoming even more important, cloud servers becoming even more relevant, where test applications are run, but also where workloads in general are run, and automation is becoming a more and more important theme as the workforce challenge in cybersecurity is imposing itself. So what we're going to do today, this was just for the introduction. What we're going to do today is basically, I've taken this talk. It's basically a pivot from a previous talk that I held a few weeks ago at another, actually it was a few months ago, at another Red Team Village conference. And back then, the idea was to focus on the Israeli ecosystem, look at Israeli startups, and see how they're adapting and moving forward with this zero trust revolution. Since that talk, I've been receiving a lot of feedback. And so this entire presentation has been adapted from that original talk. And today the focus is not on Israeli startups, early stage startups anymore, but really on the new cutting edge product. Why? Because whereas in the past, I was focusing only on Israeli startups, I've been receiving a lot of feedback from different companies, from different people, and from different countries as well, and startups as well. And of course, not only startups, of major companies that are working on sort of solutions that answer to the challenges that we're going to go over today. So what we're going to do is basically we're going to look at how zero trust is looking to be applied in the future within these key areas of cybersecurity, which are extremely important from the red team perspective. And we're going to look at what red teaming is going to look like in the future, assuming that these solutions within another 2, 3, 4 years become mainstream. As mentioned, solutions and these technologies that we're going to talk about are very cutting edge and next gen, but at the speed at which we're seeing cybersecurity move, we can predict very simply that within 2 years, they're going to become much, much more mainstream. And so the challenges we're going to cover today are basically the challenges that we can expect to be facing tomorrow. But throughout this presentation, I'll be talking about tips also that you can use in your red team operations today. And so the idea is that even though the implementation might be extremely relevant for 2 years from now, at least tomorrow you'll be able to start adapting already your TTPs to adapt to the new reality. So let's go straight into it. Remote workforce. We all know that remote access is key to any cyber strategy, from the perspective of services, whether it's SharePoint, Teams, or other Microsoft services, to protocols, SSH, FTP. We also know that third-party services or access or TeamViewer is one of them, and VPN, of course. Now, VPN deserves to be mentioned very importantly here, because VPNs are, until today, basically the overwhelming way that contractors, partners, and employees reach the network if they're not physically located inside the office. And overall, cybersecurity strategies for the past few years have been extremely reliant on VPN. And as you know, VPN has one main weakness, which is that once you're in, except if there's some very tight segmentation in your network and the VPN gives you access only to what you need, in general, VPNs give you widespread access in the network. And so from the red team perspective, once you're in, you're in. So in order to respond to this challenge, there are several solutions that came out recently. There are some in stealth mode, some still not, which have basically proposed a new solution where what they do is all the applications that some of your partners or contractors need to access the most. So for instance, your remote developers sitting in, let's say, Ukraine, need to access only one specific application. Instead of granting them widespread access to your entire network, you can grant them access only to those test environments and applications. And so the way it's done is that there are several solutions out there that propose an offering where they basically lift and shift your apps to the cloud and then provide a broker system where everybody logs into the same dashboard. And once you're logged into that dashboard, the InfoSec team basically has your profile configured to grant you access only to the specific applications, which are already in the cloud, not on-prem anymore. And so this platform enables InfoSec teams and IT teams to basically monitor access to these applications. And so this, of course, is extremely relevant in test environments. And this, what you can see here, is an example of a screenshot of how this would look like in real life in one of these tools. You can see all the latest sessions here of users that are accessing specific applications that belong to your network but are not in your network. They're all in the cloud, and you can see numbers of applications, what types of users, and how they're connecting. And so this is a solution that enables security teams to monitor access. So next important question, what does this mean for red teams? The first thing that it means for us is that, first of all, the applications that we're so fond of using as an entry point into the network, non-production applications, those applications that are less monitored than production applications, that maybe don't have as many security controls as the production applications, those that are basically our preferred way of entering into company networks, well, they become a harder access point. First of all, because they're not necessarily exposed externally. And if they are, the fact that they've been lifted and shifted to the cloud makes the hack a little bit more complicated, in the sense that if you own a server that's in the cloud, you don't necessarily have foolproof access to the internal network. A second aspect is that specifically, once you get, even if you own access to a specific application, you're not necessarily in the network. You might have access to very sensitive information. You might have access to a sensitive application, but you're not necessarily in the network. So these are for the negative sides, I want to say. But there's some caveats here. First of all, we know from experience that all these lift and shift migrations to the cloud always leave room for misconfigurations. What looks very, very obvious and clear in theory, in other words, you migrate everything to the cloud, in practice has become very complicated. And where we see that the most is, for instance, imagine your traditional web application that has a database in the backend. And if suddenly you need to move that database into the cloud, you might have some issues with compliance, who are going to start asking you where are the keys stored, especially with new data security laws that are being imposed, and all these monitoring and enforcements that you have to take care of to make sure that your keys are stored correctly and that the data is secure. Secondly, we just mentioned before, you own an application in the cloud, you don't necessarily have access inside the environment, but very often, as you know, cloud environments cloud applications have access to on-prem data. A very typical example is the web application that's been migrated to the cloud, but the database is still on-prem. If a user can bypass basically the security controls and gain access to a database that's on-prem, imagine a traditional SQL injection that gives you remote code execution on the database. There might be room for internal exploitation and ways to pivot and gain access in your network. So clues or tips for us in the future, a very important one, always be on the lookout for cloud misconfigurations, especially if you're looking or if you're touching an application that doesn't look like it was built yesterday, I want to say, or more like a legacy application. If it's hosted in the cloud, it's very probable that your legacy application that's been lifted and shifted to the cloud already also has some remnants on-prem. And so owning that environment might give you access to on-prem critical data. Another point is that very often it happens that there's some misconfigurations from the AWS perspective where security groups are misconfigured. And if you can't directly access a server from the internet, if you have an AWS account, you might be able to access that server thanks to your AWS account, even though it doesn't belong to the enterprise you're trying to own. That's something that we've seen in the past, and we're seeing at some clients, some misconfigurations that can occur. So very broad advice, always try to perform enumeration from the perspective of a server that's already in the cloud, not necessarily belonging to your client or to your target, but even do it from one of your applications. So if we remain on the theme of remote workforce, another very important theme is two-factor authentication. As you all know, bypassing two-factor authentication in red team operations can be a headache. And what we're seeing more and more is all these solutions that propose a behavior-based detection, which is more risk-based, less yes access or no access. It's a less binary access, but more based on behavior and risk ratings. And so what we're seeing is that there are many solutions that are arriving that propose anomaly detection and monitor access based on this. So how does it work? One of the most typical uses that we're seeing is one where the solution plugs in directly to your Active Directory. So a company doesn't have to apply a new solution, configure, move to the cloud. It's built in, it plugs into your AD, and on top of your Active Directory logs, it will apply machine learning algorithms in order to identify anomalous behavior. And based on that, monitoring, of course, sensitive access, sensitive users will be able to detect sensitive behavior or anomalous behavior. And very interesting, what they do as well is because they're plugged into your AD, if there is some suspicious behavior, out of nowhere, the end user will receive a two-factor authentication ping, and they will tell the user, you need to enter this PIN code in your service within the upcoming 3 minutes. If not, you're going to be booted out of your session. And so one of the ways that it looks is, here's an example where you see users categorized by risks, and you can see asset inventory, users and passwords, and more information. Now, why is this, or how is this important for red team operations? Well, because if in the past multi-factor authentication was a challenge, well, it's going to become even more complicated. It's giving us also less room for trial and error. Again, because these solutions are based on machine learning and anomaly detection, once the tool has built a baseline of behavior of users in the network, red team operations necessarily require very anomalous behavior. If you start scanning your network, it's something that your random, I want to say, random network user doesn't necessarily do. Imagine, for instance, a red team operation where we've managed to gain control of an account which is neither a developer, neither an engineer, IT person, but just a random employee in the network, a business analyst. If suddenly leveraging this user, we intend to start scanning the network, these types of tools are going to flag it very, very soon or very quickly. And so this, from our perspective, from the red team perspective, leaves us less room for trial and error to try and to start enumerating the network and to try certain sensitive activities just to see if they're flagged or if they're blocked or not. Secondly, and this is very important, we all know from red team operations that service accounts are an ideal target. As you know, the passwords are renewed less frequently. The passwords are very often legacy passwords that haven't been changed sufficiently or recently. And more than that, the access that service accounts can give us in the network is in general very high. And these types of tools very specifically can categorize service accounts as high priority or high risk accounts and apply a higher level of machine learning and threshold analysis on top of these accounts in order to flag anomalous behavior. So on the surface, looks like bad news for us. But let's look at the good news. First of all, we know that machine learning is very impressive, but if we know and we target and we know how we're going to target an account or target a company, we can basically impersonate also the behavior. The same way we're impersonating users while we're hacking the network, we can also impersonate their behavior. So imagine a hack where instead of taking place over a few weeks, it'll take over a few months. Once you've gained access to a specific user and you have control over that user, instead of immediately making very noisy exploitation process, if you start there with some very low threshold scanning, and then you move up little by little the intensity of your scanning, it might be that we can trick these AI engines into believing that this is traditional behavior. This user has, for the past few months, increased the way he's becoming or performing scans in the network, and the tool will be made to believe that the behavior is all right. And imagine this also from a DLP perspective. If you start extracting just 1 file per day, and then 2 files per day, and then more quantity of data as it goes on, the tool can be tricked. And completely linked to this, we don't know how effective this type of technology is. We still don't know how well it works. We don't have a lot of examples of high-profile hacks that were prevented by some machine learning algorithm that detected very anomalous behavior and immediately blocked the behavior. I'm not familiar with any one of these. From my previous talk, I received some people who asked specifically about these technologies and who mentioned also some other companies, major companies that are working on some types of solutions that look like these. I still haven't found, if there is one, I'm looking forward to hearing from one, where an AI-based machine learning algorithm has detected and immediately blocked anomalous behavior in the network. And so what you can see here on the screenshot is an example of a specific aspect of the application of this product, which will flag only service accounts and gives you a level of security and how predictable the behavior is from these service accounts. This is just for an example, real life. So tips for tomorrow. You need to plan very well the way that two-factor authentication is going to be bypassed when you're performing a red team execution plan. And the idea is that whereas in the past we were talking of testing on non-production hours, so that the InfoSec team might not be monitoring, or there's only one guy monitoring instead of 10. Well, it looks like in the future we might be talking a lot more about testing during work hours, specifically so that our network traffic and our behavior can basically blend into the exploitation or normal behavior of activity inside the network. So test during work hours, use an IP that corresponds to the workplace or the country where the specific employee you've hacked would log into. And also something which would become very interesting in the few years to study is what types of users have more or less predictable behavior. we all know this from the perspective of privileged access. For instance, engineers or InfoSec team or IT staff will generally have more access. In the future, we're going to have to start working on which users are more predictable and more adequate from a hacking perspective. And here again, it looks like testing, hacking or gaining access to users with predictable behavior and widespread access will be more interesting from the hacking perspective. So this is it for remote workforce. But another theme that's very important to Zero Trust is the theme of cloud security. As you know, there are many, many tools that help companies scan and flag alerts within cloud servers. There are tools that focus more on the discovery side of things to enumerate your network and give visibility. There are other tools that focus more on threat detection, monitoring access inside the network or inside the cloud, within the cloud users and what the users are doing with their access to cloud servers. IAM focused, as you know, every single workload in the cloud has an IAM user role. And so there are a lot of tools out there that are there specifically to make IAM user roles behave according to the least privileged concepts. And governance, of course, due to data laws and privacy and compliance has become very important. So a lot of solutions are sitting specifically on your data in the cloud to protect how the data is stored, where the keys are stored, and how the data is secured at rest and in transit. And so basically all these tools that we'll be mentioning, what they do at the baseline is that, of course, they connect to your cloud environment. And the way they do this is that they need to be granted access in your cloud environment. The way they do this, being granted like a security auditor role, in order to perform some scanning and discovery of what's going on. And so, of course, very important, the shared responsibility model. What happens is that whatever happens between AWS and the customer, basically everything relies on API endpoints. This is something I took from a Blackout conference in 2018. We need to understand very well that the misconfigurations inside cloud environments don't necessarily happen at the customer level or within AWS itself. The misconfigurations that we can exploit are always here, where in between the customer and the cloud provider, whether it be AWS or another one. And so the focus from the red team perspective, what we're going to see right now, is to focus exactly and target our exploitation on this area, where the customer has, our clients have influence on the way they interact with AWS services. This is where we're going to have to start targeting our exploitation vectors. So moving on to what this means for us. Number one, bad news. Cloud environments are going to be more secure. We can't expect the same hacks that we've been seeing 2 years ago, where an S3 bucket was left open to the internet to become the norm 2 years from now. In the future, cloud environments are going to become more secure. Access is going to be more monitored and more scoped. However, from the hacking perspective, from the red team perspective, and I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of talks about that during this conference and other talks as well, there are more and more open source tools that are available and that enable us, from the red team perspective, to hack, enumerate, discover, identify flaws in cloud environments. Not only that, but most of them are very often open source and very easy to use. Not only that, but also we know that, and I can tell you by experience working with a lot of Fortune 500 clients, that very often the clients themselves don't know exactly which tools protect which type of area of their security stack. And so there's a lot of gray zones. They have this security scanning tool, but they also have this pipeline code scan in the cloud application. And then it leaves a lot of room for gray zones in the middle, and the customers themselves don't exactly know where they're protected and how they're protected. This is exactly where we as red teamers need to exploit and leverage this aspect. I'll put right here as well an example of some of these platforms that provide, you know, the micro segmentation in the cloud. And this is also very important because, as you all know, the ABC of hacking is web application hacking, what we can say. And we know that basically the fact that a web app is now in the cloud doesn't necessarily mean that it's more secure. It might be a bit more secure, but if the application has a SQL injection or cross-site scripting, application level vulnerabilities remain relevant. And this is extremely important for us because it's telling us, look at how the world is moving. We're moving to the cloud, but the basics remains extremely relevant. And so this is something also good from perspective of knowledge management in our industry. So tips for the future. Number one, keep on enumerating. We know that cloud environments, by definition, are extremely dynamic. They're always changing. And it might be that if we start scanning a cloud environment today, the next day, the cloud environment is going to be completely different. This is just the nature of auto-scaling environments, especially in the cloud. And so what this means is that enumeration shouldn't be performed like we used to see it in a cyber kill chain linear process. It should be performed on a recurring basis, like a loop. You perform enumeration, take it forward from there, but in the back end, keep some enumeration running so that if a very low-hanging fruit suddenly arises or something is left open by mistake, that's the moment that we can breach in and gain access. Number two, from the persistence perspective, we can't imagine that the cloud environments are going to be as predictable as on-prem environments. Users are also, or the access that we can gain to cloud environments is going to become very, very volatile. And so for this reason, the persistence, it's always extremely important to have backup scenarios or backup plans. The moment you've gained access, leave persistence, open another door or leave something open so that you can get back access a different way. Because again, as we know, the monitoring technologies are becoming better and better. So for that reason, our exploitation scenarios will need to rely on second chance or on persistence opportunities. And so we're going to need to leave always some room open for persistence. I'll just take a 2 seconds before we move on to automation. Thanks. So automation is also one of those buzzwords in the industry, but in this case, it's also very, very relevant. Not just like zero trust. I mean, automation is becoming extremely relevant in many aspects, and we're going to talk about two specifically here today. The first one is vulnerability management. As we all know, vulnerability management is one of those fields that was just waiting for innovation. It was waiting even not for disruption. It became time that vulnerability management programs, with their thousands of alerts per day, their hundreds of false positives, and security teams not even knowing where to start with all these alerts. It was time that some companies came here and applied some automation in order to help teams performing all this patching and misconfigurations, fixes manually with more automation. So we know that there are tools today that exist, such as one that you can see here as an example, that help security teams apply and use automated patching and perform this in an automated way so that they can fast forward the patching process. But there are also many other tools out there today proposing what we're calling more and more the self-healing aspect of things. And self-healing basically means an app that can by itself discover that it's being targeted and quarantine itself, remediate itself, and go back live. And we're seeing a lot of similar solutions that are coming in this field. And all of them are proposing, very targeted looks. So sometimes it's a one-stop shop that performs this for you. And sometimes it's based on, some of those SOAR platforms like Phantom or Demisto that enable you to build your own RPA workflows. Well, using those tools, you can also apply some self-healing mechanisms where the security teams are out of the loop, and the technology can by itself discover if something is being hacked and automatically fix the issue. So there are some tools that are approaching these types of solutions more recently. And so let's focus on the red team again. What does this mean for us? Well, first of all, we can't expect, especially from the vulnerability management perspective, that some of those low-hanging fruits will remain always the same or to the same extent open to the internet. We know that with these tools that start automating the patching process, the low-hanging fruits, or those patches that are critical, are going to become less and less available for exploitation. And more important as well is that with automation, the time to respond is increasing. In other words, from the moment that there's a detection, if there's an automated playbook in place to apply a quarantine or an isolation or basically make the hack more complicated, there's a lot of, it's going to become more complicated for hackers to exploit end-to-end with just one way of breaching. And so these are for some of the more negative aspects, I won't say, from the hacker perspective. But there are also some very strong points for us that we can talk about. Number one, we don't know how good this technology is. Even the automation side, very often there still is room for human error and for human intervention. What I mean by human error is, for instance, an automated playbook having a glitch inside, and where the company that's built this playbook thinks it's protected, there might actually be a glitch and something is missing there, and there's still margin of error that we can fit in. Number two, if you have legacy systems, imagine an automated patch being deployed on a system that basically can't accept the patch, or that has an operating system that's so outdated that the patch will basically mess up the server and make it crash. So for that reason, automation is a little bit viewed, I want to say, skeptically by some security teams, because they know that their environments or their IT teams will not accept to have automated patching performed so easily. Just push a patch when a server is using a legacy technology that might mess it up. That's one of it. Number two, the impact on time to detect doesn't change. As we know, from incident response perspective and security operations, MTTR is very important, but MTTD also has its say. And from this perspective, what we're seeing is we're not necessarily seeing an increase in time to detect. So for the overall time to respond is going to be minimally impacted by this on the detection side. Although, as we mentioned before, the response side is going to be enhanced. And last key aspect from the security workforce or teams, I want to say, we know that security automation tools, especially those that require you building your own playbooks, are being adopted slower than expected. And the reason why that is because security teams know that in order to use some of these automation platforms, they need some coding skills. And then suddenly, the information security teams doesn't need only a workforce with with high level of expertise in cybersecurity. They also need a blend of cybersecurity and coding skills, which makes basically the perfect candidate for workflow or playbook automation playbooks. Well, it makes this candidate very rare to find. And so for that reason, we're seeing a lot of companies that are very skeptical from the perspective of their staff, but also from the perspective of the technology, which relies on many integrations, many playbooks, many integrations with different tools, which can become a hassle to maintain in the long run. So from the red team perspective, two things. Number one, we're going to have to accelerate our exploitation phases. Because we know that response might come faster than expected, persistence, of course, is part of the answer, but the speed of our exploitation is going to need to increase. And as I just mentioned, persistence is also a key aspect of this. So this is to close a little bit around the subject of some of these key themes that we're seeing a lot. Another one I'd like to raise here is cybersecurity tools. I don't want to approach them this time as tools that can make our lives more difficult, but actually from the perspective of looking at them as tools that might open up opportunities from the red team perspective. As most of you know, the many cybersecurity tools today are cloud and SaaS based. So that means that the companies or their clients very often, of course, this is not true for all the tools out there, but for many of them, and you have some ideas here on the screen from the logos that I'm sharing, where basically the login platform to access your dashboard to your cybersecurity tools is cloud-based and open to the internet. And in general, two-factor authentication is not enabled by default there. It means that if you can imagine a scenario like this, you reached an environment, you have access to a specific user, and if you have that Active Directory login, you might be able to access the platform. And imagine how a red team walkthrough will look like to facing your client if you can show the client, the CISO or the InfoSec team at large, that part of the sensitive data that was accessed was gained thanks to either a misconfigured or weak password or simply having this login interface open to the internet. I promise you, I can assure you, but from experience, the impact on the client is extremely high. Not only that, but we also know, recently I saw this blog about an open tool that was used, that is actually used for cloud monitoring in Kubernetes. And what happened is that the exploitation process what took place is that the hackers gained access to the cloud environment. They owned the cloud environment. And in order to enumerate the cloud environment, they basically used a cloud monitoring tool, which was open source, that they pushed to the cloud that they were hacking. And then thanks to that tool, they managed to perform the enumeration, which is quite outstanding, right? They used a defensive tool from an offensive perspective. So at the end of your assessment, if you're performing a red team, some tips if you want some high impact towards your client, if you have domain admin, crack the passwords of the InfoSec teams. In general, we have those, or we know who are the IT staff that have a higher or more important role in security, and then try to log into one of these screens and see what you can get. I assure you, this is high impact. And if you can also demonstrate that you can delete logs from one of those platforms, I assure you, you'll have I'm not sure if it will be a thank you note or a very big complaint, but basically you'll make the impact that you're expecting on the client. So this is a way to wrap it up regarding these platforms. So we've been talking about these solutions. As I mentioned, this talk is basically based on a previous discussion I made, which was focused on startups. But it's important to mention that the big industry players from Microsoft, Symantec, Palo Alto are also focused on these solutions. We all see on a monthly basis these acquisitions of startups and new technologies being released. In general, what we're seeing is that the big players like Microsoft and like Symantec, Checkpoint, and the rest are focusing more on acquiring some small startups that have some very disruptive technology. And they're looking more to partner with them at the beginning. And if they see that there's potential for growth and for integration, then they'll acquire the startup. There are also some actors, especially Symantec is a good example there, where what they do is they plug in all of their tools into one centralized dashboard, and they call that their zero trust platform for security. This is a trend that we're seeing also in the field of zero trust, which of course from the red team perspective is important, because if there's a lot of tools that belong to one vendor, we know that there's a higher probability that the tools will be able to communicate more easier between themselves. And Microsoft remains a key player. First of all, because everything I've mentioned until now, but also because some of the tools and by that I mean Active Directory, I mean OWA that's still being used, and Teams, SharePoint, of course, are critical tools from the perspective of zero trust, from the perspective of access, from the perspective of data, and from the perspective of the type of access that you get in the network. And not only that, but we know that Microsoft is now trying to deploy Sentinel, its SIEM, in the cloud, and also this is an important factor. We'll see how it plays in the upcoming few years. So to conclude, since we have just under 5 minutes, we can see that in general, there are several trends here. The major trends are AI, the fact that you can leverage AI from the detection perspective, from the security perspective. And number 2, cloud. Cloud is becoming even more relevant than before because the entire environment is starting to mature. The cloud security environment is starting to mature. And we also know that there really is a need from customer or from company's perspective for solutions that can help them manage cloud security. Cloud imposes, I don't want to do a huge talk here about cloud, but basically cloud security is probably the main challenge of the decade from the security perspective, since it's also blurring the lines between where does the perimeter start, where suddenly your developers are in charge of the perimeter, and security teams are having a harder time chasing what they used to call the app owners are now basically the developers that can just open and close ports nearly as they wish. And so it's a major challenge. And so we're seeing that a lot of technologies are going there. And automation is also a key factor. We're going to see automation being pushed more and more, especially as there are more challenges from the workforce perspective and having a skilled and trained workforce that keeps its data, its knowledge up to date. And of course, Microsoft, from Active Directory to all the tools we mentioned, critical player. So at the end of the day, it's a cat and mouse game. Everybody's running forward, and one day one wins, the next day the other one wins. And that's why cybersecurity is extremely fun from the offensive perspective. We always have to fine-tune, adapt our tools to our environment. And so I hope that this talk today covered some aspects of how you can fine-tune your TTPs and your upcoming red team campaigns in the weeks or days to come. Of course, I'm available if you want to discuss. Feel free to reach out either on Discord, on LinkedIn. You can find me. You can even ping me by mail. I would rather you ping me on LinkedIn. So feel free to reach out if you have any insights, questions. We want to share some fun stuff. I also had a lot of that last time. Feel free to reach out and feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. Looking forward. And again, a very big thank you to the organizers here. It's an honor being part of this Hack in the Box CyberWeek in the UAE. So thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to keeping the discussion going. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Hello, Red Team Village. Welcome to a case study that we call Project Motorhead. I'm Bryson Bort. I am the founder and CEO of Scythe.
And I am George Urchias. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Scythe.
We put this presentation together for a couple of reasons. And one of the things I think is so interesting about it is that Purple Team is just a different version of Red Teaming that's evolved to focus more on the business and real-time results. And the challenge that we have so often in this industry is sharing explicit details so that folks get beyond the, okay, that's a process or that's some new process. What does it actually mean? What does it actually look like? And what kinds of things do I really get out of it? And in this case, we did a case study with the National Motor Freight Traffic Association that puts that all together. And we want to give a big shout out to them and the head of IT over there, Urban Johnson, for allowing us to come in, spend a couple of months working with them and sharing this information with you. Agenda. We're going to go through essentially the Purple Team process, only this time we're going to be sharing exactly what happened so you can see for yourself what works. You'll notice the link there. That goes to our excellent Purple Team exercise framework. It's a free document that gives you lots of considerations and details for more of a deep dive on the process side. All of our slides that have sources and references will provide links like that to allow you to deep dive on your own to go in more detail after the presentation.
Yep, and the agenda here is pretty much following the Purple Team exercise framework because that is exactly what we did for about a 2-month period. And you can see there, and something we'll definitely talk about, cyber threat intelligence does play a role. A lot of people think purple teaming is only red and blue, but we actually start with cyber threat intelligence so that we can identify adversaries that have the opportunity, intent, and capability to attack a target organization. We understand their behaviors, and then we prepare a plan around those behaviors. So again, shout out to NMFTA for allowing us to share what we did there. It's not often that companies let you do that and give back to the community. So appreciate that.
So this was a 2-month exercise with 6 weeks of hands-on with the organization. A Purple Team is essentially a collaborative red team where we're adding the threat intelligence to make sure that we're emulating specific adversaries and behaviors. Just like threat hunting, those essentially provide the hypothesis for how to look at our defense. And then, of course, the blue team and response side that's there to actually make the improvements. In this case, our company was hired to do all of the roles. So we provided the threats, we pulled them together, and then we helped implement the defenses. With the caveat, we're not going to spend anything new on technology. This shouldn't be a surprise to many folks that a lot of technology is underutilized that's in the environment. And then that it's not that defensive technologies don't work so much as you have to tune them in for your environment to make sure that they're detecting and responding with your personnel as you're going.
Yeah, and that part should not be overlooked. I worked for 10 years at a large financial. About 4 years ago, we realized that we had around 130 security products deployed in the environment. And when we looked at those from the red team perspective before we started doing purple teaming, we found that we were using about 10% of the capability of each one. So at that point, our head of security said, enough spending, let's actually work, let's train people, let's put people in process together to work together and be able to tune these so that we get more bang for our buck, especially when you're spending a ton of money on these products, only using 10%. Does not sound like it's bringing the most business value, and that's something we're going to focus on here.
So what did we do? Over those 6 weeks, we start with a baseline. And the key thing to understanding a baseline and the approach here is you're not trying to get to 100%. One, there's no such thing. And two, even if you hit what looks like a nominal 100% in your rankings, that's a false sense of security. The idea is understanding a relative baseline of what's that appropriate percentage and how you're performing to it and maintaining that. So we establish that baseline, And then we went through an increasing sophistication of APT actors from the standard threats of the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians. And finally, in week 6, it's noted as free play. And this is not the traditional, hey, just do anything to win perspective to the red team. But the free play was more of where can we dial in based on what we've seen here over the past month to flex areas that we think are still open. So threat detection is hard. If it were easy, we'd all be doing it and we wouldn't have to be doing these things. And there's 3 reasons that it's difficult. And this comes from Anton Chubakin, former Gartner analyst. I believe he's now at Google. And he talks about that, first of all, the uncertainty of being able to detect a threat is that, of course, attackers change. And a couple of slides here will show the standard pyramid of pain by David Bianco. And the idea being there is it's really easy to signature. It's really hard to TTP. And the attacker is always changing that whole stack because it doesn't cost a lot for them to be able to do that. The second is that we need to be improving detection through alerting. Today, we're awash in alerts. Tuning allows us to bring that down into specifically what's of interest to us. And then that multi-stage detection is the fact that this is why a lot of solutions on the market struggle to give strong detection that lasts. Is it's not a checklist, it's contextual. And what that means is once an attacker has gained access in the way that they're moving toward your crown jewels of interest, all of those behaviors are in context. They're state-based. For example, employees and folks take screenshots all the time. I can't think of a single day that I'm not taking a screenshot on my computer. The context of taking that screenshot when I'm doing that to remember something versus an attacker doing that to steal credentials and being able to tie those activities to a host, to hosts and network activities gives the context to be able to dial in the detection. The second part of this is the cyber defense matrix that was revealed a few years ago by Sunil Yu. This is a fantastic way to look at the phases and different categories of your defense. So from devices to users, identification is configuration management, knowing what I have. And then we move into the real defensive parts with protection, my ability to harden my systems, detection, which we're talking about, which is my ability to see a threat, respond to the threat, and then recover. And so what we're doing here is we are kind of dialing in focus on that detection, but in the process of a proper purple team exercise, we're also going to be able to get elements of protect and respond. So I'm a former Army officer and I like to keep everything simple. You've seen the kill chain, you've seen MITRE ATT&CK, you've seen all of these different ways of describing what an attack chain is. And I like to describe it very simply. There are 3 phases. Recon, the adversary is gaining intelligence about you for conducting the attack. Access, their ability to get into a system. And then post-access, which is where most of that context that we were just talking about comes into play. Recon, I haven't done anything to you yet. Access, I've got shell. I'm in your perimeter, but I haven't done anything yet. Post-access is where we're actually going to be seeing the potential to what's going to happen to me. In this scenario, we went with, we were instructed to go with an assumed breach. Urban was confident with the amount of surface area access that he looked at, that he really wanted to spend more of his time focused on that business value of what happens next and being able to dial in.
Yep. And with that in mind, we'll wrap up our executive summary here, just a summary of what we're going to dive into in this next 50 minutes or so. And that is where we were when we got there and where we were when we left. So based on this assumed breach and the adversaries we emulated, 94% of those adversary behaviors were undetected. 3 test cases were detected, which was great. We obviously show the wins as well. This was related to scheduled tasks being created in the environment. They were something that you can obviously do. And in this case, it was detected. and then one test case blocked related to DNS command and control, which we'll dive into deeper. So the baseline result here was that these known threats had the ability to achieve their objective in this environment without being detected. Now, after 6 weeks and $0 technology spend, we were able to achieve a 64% detection rate on these adversary behaviors. We did that by enabling telemetry. We used Sysmon, and we created rules, logic, and alerts on their SIM, which they use a tool called Event Sentry, and that really helped us be able to create these rules much quicker. So we focused on creating detections locally, then sending them to a central log aggregator, have some security analytics occur there, and then based on those rules and alerts and context, alert the team within here. And the end result was that these known threats would be detected now in various places of that attack chain before achieving their objective. So with that, we're gonna jump into our the meat of our presentation. Hopefully you're all still with us, and this is exciting stuff. And of course, we're gonna get more technical. So again, from the highest of levels, the goals and objectives here were to measure how and if the organization would be able to detect and respond to a known adversary that had the opportunity, intent, and capability to attack them. We did the whole cyber threat intelligence part. We analyzed the organization, identified adversaries, etc., and we created adversary emulation plans. Now, it's important to note that these adversary emulation plans that we created are being shared with the community. At the end of this, we have slides for all of those resources. So a lot of nice resources for you to leverage. Then we emulated the adversary against the production environment. We turned on telemetry, we tuned it, and we've created rules and alerts that are also going to be given back to the community if you use things like Sysmon or Event Sentry. Those are all going to be out there. And of course, $0 spend in technology. The technology was already there. Sure, we identified gaps where there wasn't. We'll talk about that towards the end, but we still achieved that 64% detection rate without ever buying a new product. So when we talk about cyber threat intelligence, we're not talking about indicators of compromise. A lot of people think that cyber threat intelligence is just a list of IOCs and bad IP addresses and bad hash values and whatnot. In this case, we want to focus on adversary behaviors. So we had to understand the target organization. In this case, the target organization had already done and does vulnerability scanning, vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, and yearly red team engagement. So we had a good understanding there of the previous results, of what they found. And of course, we worked closely with the organization, right? This was not a blind type of test where we're going in with zero knowledge. We want to know as much as possible, again, to bring the most business value. We then, based on this organization, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, identified adversaries that have attacked organizations in that region and in that industry, so that we can then gather threat intelligence and really understand the behaviors. Of course, we got a lot of IOCs in that threat intelligence. We leveraged those a little bit. We'll talk about that. But really, we wanted to focus on the behaviors themselves. These are known as TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. Of course, we map this back to MITRE ATT&CK, and we create and analyze and organize them into a MITRE ATT&CK heat map. That allows us to then create a plan. Most of the time, you don't start with initial access, right? You generally have to do some recon, build out some attack infrastructure, then set up command and control, and then you jump to these, right? So looking at something like MITRE ATT&CK, you're not actually going left to right. You need to analyze and really create a plan around that. So we created these plans, and again, we have the largest library of publicly available adversary emulation plans, which we'll give you here at the end. A lot based on this research and giving back to the community, of course. So how did a purple team exercise flow work? Well, the beginning of each week, we would meet on Monday with all involved, and we'll go over roles and responsibilities shortly. But everyone involved, we'd have a meeting early on the first day of the week, and we would cover the particular adversary that we were going to emulate. We covered their behaviors. We covered the technical details. This way, everyone's learning. Then we thought about it. We did a little tabletop discussion. Again, it was assumed breach, so things around phishing and gaining initial access through various methods, we would just tabletop that. And then when we talked about the actual behaviors, where we thought there'd be detection for, so I mentioned earlier, scheduled tasks. Scheduled tasks, they believe that they had blocked or that they would be able to detect it. And in that case, when we emulated the TTP here on step 3, we actually were able to verify that. But there were some assumptions that were made that weren't true, and that was important to catch, as well as assumptions that were true, and they indeed did or did not have detections for those. So we emulate those TTPs, and then we, as also playing the role of the blue team, of course, this was a number of people, we would perform that work, right? Doing the hunting, seeing if there's anything, any logs locally, seeing if there was anything in the SIM, seeing all the security consoles that this organization used to see if there was any sign, any log of this activity. And then we would share that and say, look, this was caught over here, this was caught over there. We need to get all that together, create some context around it, and then make the controls better. So we performed a lot of adjustments over this week-long period, repeating the same TTPs over and over. So when we would turn on, say, local logging, we'd repeat the TTP to make sure that it was logged locally. Then when we would send it to the SIM, we'd repeat it. Then we would create logic, would repeat it. So a lot of repeating. As we go through here, you're going to see why it's extremely important that you have a tool set that allows you to consistently and reliably emulate these adversary behaviors. And then, of course, at the end, there's always going to be things that you won't be able to fix given the constraints that you are given. So we document those and have those as action items and lessons learned. So what do I mean when I say TTPs? Those are adversary behaviors. And here's another example of us giving references, right? We did not make all this up. This is David Bianco, who is a SANS instructor in the DFIR curriculum. That's for digital forensics and incident response. And way back in 2013, came out with the pyramid of pain. I'm sure you've seen this before. And it's really for defenders, stating that gaining hash values of a known bad is very easy to block, right? That's what antivirus does. Or getting an IP address or a domain name that has been seen and has the reputation of doing malicious things. It's simple and relatively easy to block that. But as you get up towards the pyramid, when we start talking about network and host artifacts, like creating a scheduled task, messing with the registry, things like that, or sending traffic out, right? Sending heartbeats out to a command and control. Those are a lot harder to catch. And then based on the tool set, it gets even more challenging. But really the toughest one to get and to catch are the adversary behaviors themselves. And this is what we want to focus on. For an organization that already does vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, red teaming once a year, they're at a maturity level where we can focus on these behaviors, which are the toughest ones to catch. And that's what we focused on. So jumping back, again, shout out to Anton from Google, used to be at Gartner. Excellent blog, right? So the reference is down here. And this is very, very recent, probably published this maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. And the blog is titled, Why is Detection Hard? And I took a couple of main points out of this that we see all the time with all of our customers, right? And that is that today's environments are complex and messy. They are growing, right? They started maybe 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, and then they migrate to a new version of Active Directory or new servers, or they do merger and acquisitions where they acquire or merge with another company, and then they merge all that IT together. And none of this is very well documented, right? Things are kind of done quickly to enable the business to be able to operate. So I think we can all agree most environments are pretty complex and messy. The next part is that detection needs people. You have some sort of detection, you enable some sort of detection somewhere, but you still need the people to actually create it. And people don't scale well, right? The next part is that detection needs data. And data can come from a ton of sources. When we got to Motohead, there were a lot of sources. There was security consoles here, firewalls over there, antivirus over there, a SIM over there, email security over there. You have all these sources, and those are owned by people. And you have to create context around it. A particular attack isn't only going to have a source of, a firewall connection or a network connection going out. There's going to be something on the endpoint as well, right? So all of that needs the context, and it needs to get triaged. So really creating the rules and the logic is probably where we spent the most amount of time. I would say around 60 to 70% of our time throughout this entire exercise was focused on the triaging of the rules and the logic. So we'd have a number of logs all over the place, bringing them together, putting the context together, triaging those, and alerting. And all this gets more complicated with attackers not wanting to be detected, right? With the exception of ransomware, that obviously does want to get detected because they want to get paid, or extortion. But most of the time, all of that occurs towards the end of the attack, towards the latter part of the kill chain. During most of the attack chain, attackers don't want to get caught because they want to get to their objective. And lastly, detection is about intent, not only activity. As Bryson mentioned, he takes screenshots all the time. How do you know when it's a good screenshot, and how do you know when it's a bad screenshot, right? So all of that and the intent really plays a big difference in detection. That makes detection really hard. Anton has published a couple other posts after this one, so another big shout out to that, and definitely check out his blog. So roles and responsibilities, right? At a high level, we had cyber threat intelligence, red team, blue team, and an exercise coordinator and internal operations. So starting from the bottom up, internal operations were an MFTA, or what we call Motohead. It's the code name for this organization. They're the sponsors. They're the ones that came to us, and they helped us do preparation, which I'm going to cover shortly, right? Provide an environment where we can do this testing. We did do all of this in production, so that's also an important part here. And they were spectators. They would be in on our meetings, our tabletops, and then as we would do things, they would be watching and also helping in remediation. And then again, we did the cyber threat intelligence. I went through that process already. We did that for 4 threat actors, which we'll jump into more here. Then the red team operators, we had folks from Scythe playing the red team. They used the Scythe platform, which I'll cover shortly. Then we had blue teamers. So this is, again, where we spent the most of the time, where we had multiple people working that role of enabling detection, creating logic, etc. And then exercise coordinator was played by me. I was the main point of contact throughout this exercise, making sure that the cyber threat intelligence was coming in, that it made sense for this organization, creating the adversary emulation plans, making sure the red team was executing them correctly, making sure the blue team was making progress as we went through. So very important when you put together these exercises to have a coordinator. It's a tough role, and make sure that that role isn't also the role of any of the others, right? You want this person generally to be able to communicate effectively with all the teams and understand the roles of all the teams. So from the red team side and the planning perspective, we created the attack infrastructure. And this was done by our red team operator. Generally, you have red teams, you have folks dedicated to attack infrastructure based on what you're trying to build. In this case, we leverage Scythe, which is our platform. It is an enterprise-grade command and control framework, but also has automation. So you can actually take these adversary emulation plans, all these behaviors, and put them in an attack chain while creating a particular binary that is custom, controlled by you, and pretty much synthetic malware that anytime you execute it will consistently run the same adversary behaviors over and over. So we set this up in Google Cloud Platform. You can set it up anywhere where you can install a Windows server. So it could have been Azure, could have been AWS, could have been anywhere there. We also set this up internally to have an internal server as well, an internal attack server. Then from the blue team side and the production side, we got a number of production systems. It's very important to do these tests in production because that's where all the real security tools are. Right? We go into non-production environments all the time. People use Scythe to test various defensive tools, and they'll try this in a lab. And when you turn that tool on at 100%, it should catch all these adversary behaviors, right? It should be the key word. However, in production, you can't realistically turn everything on. We've seen this time and again. You see it in a lab, you see how awesome it is, you turn it on in production and it breaks things. And then that's how you end up using only 10% of the product. So testing this in production really allows you to be able to tune around that context. What is good, what is bad, and only alert on the bad. So we got a number of hosts, just like a new user would. So we said set up a brand new user account, just like you hired a new employee. So we got a number of Windows 10 endpoints. One that was just a jump point. This is when you VPN into the environment, have this as your main jump point. And we didn't do much testing on that. We then had a system where we had admin access to. This was going to be where we made our modifications locally. Things like installing Sysmon and enabling certain controls were all done on this system. And then, of course, we had a baseline system. We wanted a system that was the entire time like the one that we arrived on, how we saw the systems when we first arrived. And then, of course, a server. And this is because in most mature organizations, you're going to have endpoints and servers with different security policies. And that was the case here. It was all managed by group policy. We'll talk a little bit about Active Directory, but you'll see that you'll definitely want a server there. And again, with a standard user. Most of everything that we want to do was as a standard user because that is what's happening. It's standard users getting compromised with that privilege and then those behaviors occurring, right? Running and doing this with local admin privileges doesn't really emulate really what happens in an engagement. And then we had an Active Directory account, we enabled email, and we got access to all the security controls. So without naming many names, your standard antivirus consoles, your firewalls, your SIM. In this case, they used Event Sentry, and we have permission to use that and talk about them because they really facilitated the blue team aspect of this. It really allowed us to create the alerting more efficiently. And then email security, great email security in this organization was something that we weren't mainly targeting, but we wanted to take a look and see what organizations are doing to protect that incoming initial access, right? So week one was baselining. So since we were playing both the blue team and the red team, we wanted to make sure that we had situational awareness. So we did a very basic test. On the red team side, we created a basic synthetic malware that could be executed either by double-clicking the binary as an executable and through run DLL32. So this is a standard method of loading dynamic link libraries, DLLs, and we can create malicious ones that connect out to our command and control over the internet. And we did basic channel, the most common, right, based on threat intelligence, is HTTPS. Pretty much every organization allows that outbound. So we had a high hope that this would work. And then once we got a shell, we did the most basic thing that everyone does, right, is run who am I to gain some situational awareness, right? That's your first discovery tactic. From the blue team side, we want to make sure we had visibility. We want to make sure that that particular endpoint was logging something to the extent then that we had access to it, that we can enable other logs if they weren't, that we were sending logs to the SIM, to Event Sentry, and to see if there was any alerts and logic around that. So we present this on week 1, and you'll see these graphical representations because you don't know your audience. You might have executives on there that are not going to understand the TTP level. Maybe they'll understand this higher level of defense evasion, command and control, discovery and execution, right? That's map to MITRE attack. And in this case, we executed 2 ways: double-clicking an EXE and run DLL32. Run DLL32 is both execution and defense evasion. User execution is just execution. You're not really trying to evade anything by clicking a binary. Then we set up command and control via HTTPS. And with a command shell, we then ran who am I. So these they're very, very basic, but you see there's actually 5 different things that we did here. So we used a tool called Vector. It's a free tool available at vector.io. And we use that for tracking our engagements. It's a tool strictly for tracking and reporting. It does not emulate anything. It doesn't actually run any of these. Instead, what we have is Scythe integration. So when we execute this on any system, we can actually just send those results to Vector and get a screen like the one you see. In this case, you then only have to focus on the detection part, which is great because we already did the offensive part. Everyone already saw that part. Now let's focus on detection. So we click on each of these and say, okay, did running who am I? Was that logged anywhere? No. Wasn't logged anywhere? Nope. What about command and control over HTTPS? Well, it was like there is an outbound connection that you can see, but there were no alerts. There was no actual log or any detection around it. Same with execution. And as you can see here, nothing was detected. This was our week 1 baseline. Again, once you do all this, you have these excellent little scorecards that you can create here within Vector. And in this case, it's 100% not detected, right? 0% detection rate. So we knew we had a lot of work ahead of us, right? And again, all this is assumed breach. So what did we implement? Well, the first thing we said is, let's do Sysmon. And if you haven't heard of Sysmon, you definitely should, especially on the blue team side. It's short for System Monitor. It was created by Microsoft, really Mark Rosanovic and sysinternals, now part of Microsoft, right? So it's a Windows system service and device driver. It's signed by Microsoft. And you install it on various systems, or as meant all systems if you can, and it remains resident on there through reboots. And what it does is it logs more information than your standard Windows event log and provides a number of different bits of information based on the configuration you give it. So it can determine, for example, when a new process is created, when a process calls out to the internet or to a network connection, if a file is created, if the registry is modified, right? All of these things. So we started very basic. Let's enable Sysmon Event ID 1, process create, to detect the execution of run DLL32, command.exe, and who am I, right? And those 5 TTPs we talked about, we actually executed 3 different things. And we could turn that on. We can turn that on locally. And then we can send that to the SIM, Event Sentry, and then focus on the SIM so that any system that's sending this log will then go through this rules and logic to then alert. And in this case, alerts would go in through email. So we configured that. So let's dive into this a little bit. This is Sysmon. So Sysmon allows, Event ID 1 allows the detection of process creations. In this case, we ran who am I? And you can see there what user executed this from, the current directory they executed this from. So how often does someone execute who am I from the downloads directory, right? Things like that will allow you to identify this. You can also see the parent image. In this case, it's run DLL32. Why would anyone that's on the run DLL32 process run who am I, right? Those kind of things pop out at you, but of course they pop out at you because now you're logging and detecting this, right? Prior to that, this was not logged at all. So big shout out to Event Sentry. They're a small company. They have a hybrid SIM that has native Active Directory and NetFlow monitoring, which was great for us. It allows for real-time log analysis. So you send the logs to this system called Event Sentry, has an alerting engine, has the ability to detect things like lateral movement, has some automatic remediation, has Sysmon integration, and reveals and secure OS and application settings. So a little bit of configuration management, as well as verifying services, drivers, tasks, etc. So we were very lucky that this is what was being used in this particular environment, because we didn't have to bring in a SIM and create all that, right? And there's ways to do this for free, right? There's Elastic Stack, right, or Elk. There's Splunk, although you'd probably get past the free limit of data. But this really helped us out. It really had the infrastructure there to focus on detection. Excuse me. So once we had detection, we can create alerting. This is an example alert. Again, in this organization, the logic happened by Event Sentry. Then it was sent via email as an alert to then be actioned by the team. So at the end of the first week, we were in a much better shape. We had created detections for Who Am I, user execution, run DLL32, and command.exe, while not having any detection for C2, right? And as Bryson mentioned earlier, the whole goal here is not to get to 100%. I don't think anyone will get to 100% because these adversary behaviors change. And there's just a ton of things that you can do, right? I counted the other day, MITRE ATT&CK has 525 techniques and sub-techniques. So it's not bingo, as Bryson says. But this looks way better, right? We have 80% detection right now at the end of week 1. So we show some progress, and then we can jump into the next week of actually emulating adversary behaviors. So week 2, we took a look at APT19. This is a low sophistication threat actor from China that has gone into and attacked a number of industries, mostly in the US, and has been pretty successful. So for each of these, we're going to define the objectives, understand their objectives. In this case, they focus really on gaining C2 and using that for future attacks. We then break down. This is the analysis, doing the analysis and the organization of this threat actor. We look at their initial access, what they do for execution, what they do for discovery, and collection. So again, a nicer view here that maps to MITRE ATT&CK at a high level, along with individual techniques for each of the things we were going to run. So you can see here, C2 via HTTPS. Some of these will be repeat as we go because attackers do some of the same things over and over. But we always try to go more sophisticated and focus on the net news. So our baseline here, 11 new unique TTPs and no detection on any of these. So we went back to work. We focused on Sysmon again, particularly because they were doing a lot of process creates, using things like ipconfig that creates a new process or a child process, netstat, directory listings, net shares, net views. All of these can be alerted and turned on with Sysmon, event ID 1. Then we looked into some command and control activities. In this particular environment, there was no NetFlow data. So even though Event Sentry has the ability to, and the module to do that, that was not enabled. And that costs a little more. So we had to try to figure out to get command and control activities through Sysmon. So only at the endpoint level. And there is Event ID 3, which is network connections. So in this case, we can actually add those IOCs. This is where the indicators of compromise came in. Known IOCs for this threat actor, we can actually add an alert in the event that any communication is made to that. So while it doesn't detect the C2 to any IP, at least it detects C2 to malicious addresses and domains. We also looked into file create. This is Event ID 11. So on the endpoint, if a new file is created, this is generally the case when the command and control framework uses various droppers. There's stage 0, stage 1, stage 2 droppers. So based on that, we were able to determine a new file being created. And here's where we came up with our first big one that I think everyone has worked on, and that is detecting PowerShell.exe. So PowerShell.exe is a new process. So you might think, all right, sysmon event ID 1, process create, tag everything that has PowerShell.exe, and we're good, right? Only if you don't use PowerShell. So we asked, and this was again on day 1 of week 2, hey, do you all use PowerShell? And the answer is, I don't think so. No, do we use PowerShell? No, I don't think we use PowerShell in our environment. Awesome. It's not the first time I hear that. So let's go ahead and turn on alerting for sysmon event ID 1. Anytime PowerShell.exe is run, let's get an alert so that we know, since it's not used, it's obviously something out of the ordinary. And within the first few minutes and hours, we were getting hundreds of alerts. And that's because everyone uses PowerShell. They just don't know it. So we realized what it was. We were getting alerts, so we could actually target and figure out exactly what solution was using PowerShell.exe and tune out that particular alert, right? So again, tuning. So this required testing. This is probably the one that required the most testing. So just a quick dive into how Scythe does this. You create these steps, and these steps are packaged into a binary. You double click that binary and it does the adversary behavior, and then it shuts down. So every time you wanted to run and test for this, you just double click the binary. So in this case, it would establish the HTTPS channel, establish the loader and the controller. This is just basic dropper information that has to get done first. Then it would load some modules into memory, and then it would run PowerShell.exe with who am I, and PowerShell.exe with execution bypass and encoding for who am I, right? You don't have to basic C4 decode that in your head, although if you did, that's awesome. And then shut down. So when I mentioned we run this multiple times, we ran this multiple times, right? First was to detect locally. Sysmon event ID 1 was triggering, but nothing much was happening on PowerShell. You had to manually find it through all this, through all the logs that were coming in. So then we had to send that particular log over to Event Sentry. Then we ran it and realized that there were hundreds of these alerts. So then we had to tune them. We had to say, okay, this one is a valid solution. Do not alert, but still detect, because, it's good information to have if that process gets compromised or something. And then only alert when something bad comes. So we went through this, and as you can see, we ran it 8 different times just to get that one TTP, right? That PowerShell execution TTP detected, right? So now you have an idea as how we went through week over week. So after the second week, we had 73% detection, right? And again, we're never going to get to 100. So if you are expecting a full green circle, lower your expectations. That's not going to happen. Week 3, a little more sophisticated threat actor. In this case, it is a Russian group known as Butrap. These go after mostly financial gain, and they use different command and control channels. You can see here things like DNS and RDP. And of course, we're all living this COVID life, so we know RDP has been enabled in a number of places. So let's take a look at that. And let's look at things like persistence and credential access and whatnot. So again, here's a nicer view of this. You see we do command and control, a lot of new TTPs there, DNS, RDP, still some discovery, just because most threat actors, when they get in, they're going to do discovery, and then some collection. So command and control channels. Most adversaries use HTTP and HTTPS. That's the most common. If you want to detect something, probably focus on that. But at the same time, you don't want to let all these other protocols outbound if they shouldn't. Things like DNS, domain name service, right? How you go from google.com to an IP address. Or remote desktop protocol. Generally, you want that to VPN into an environment and then RDP within that environment. You don't want to RDP out. You don't want to RDP into an internal network. And we use the tool here, and shout out to Mubix. This is let me out of your net, right? And of course, there's the actual URL, right? So let me out of your net. And this is a Python script that tests for multiple egress ports. This was actually one of the first modules that was created for Scythe and is available on the marketplace. So if you are a Scythe user, you can get this on the marketplace and do the testing all from within Scythe. So our baseline here, we had our first blocked TTP, and that was outbound DNS. They had a split DNS configuration, which worked very well. Didn't allow us to do command and control through DNS. So what did we have to implement here? Well, first of all, we found that RDP was allowed outbound anywhere. This was big. Why would you allow RDP outbound to anywhere? Immediately, the spectators and the folks at NMFTA realized that this should not be the case. This must have been a configuration error that got changed at some point. And they immediately fixed this. They fixed this in a couple of minutes. It was probably one of the quickest fix I've seen, along with another one I saw in this engagement. Then again, focus on command and control, right? What is allowed outbound? What's allowed out through proxies? What happens if there's HTTPS exfiltration? And then those things like screen print, key logging, and clipboard reading is very hard because they do that through the Windows API. And that's how most malicious actors do it. That's how we implement it in Scythe. So it's very difficult. Do want to mention, though, that clipboard monitoring came out while we were doing this engagement. So a new version of Sysmon was released, but it's extremely noisy. So do want to mention that and caveat that there is a Sysmon detection now for clipboard changes, but it's very noisy, and I've yet to see someone deploy that correctly. So if you have, definitely let us know. We'd love to share that information. So at the end of week 3, we had way more detection, 60% detection. We had some blocked items, right? That RDP and DNS, and then some that were not detected. Jumping over to week 4, APT33. This is our Iranian group. This one targeting their particular vertical, mounting supply chain attacks, and about medium sophistication, if I were to judge it. Many organizations in the US were very worried about this threat actor and some other Iranian threat actors after the January assassination of Soleimani. So this is definitely one that you'll hear quite a bit about, as well as APT34. So we wanted to get this coverage. So this particular threat actor has a lot of TTPs. As you can see there, you can't even see all the TTPs we did because there's a lot of them. But you can see things around execution, around defense evasion, etc. And here's where we had our first detections. When we created the scheduled tasks, the team at NMFTA got alerts on their phone that new scheduled tasks were being created, and they were able to respond to it. And this was excellent. It was our first time that we were able to measure the response and how quickly from the scheduled task being created to them seeing it and being able to action it, right? Because we're not just testing technology. We also want to train and improve the people in the process. So in this case, 24 unique TTPs, 13% detected and responded to, and 88% not detected. So lots of work this week as well. Again, back to event ID 1, PowerShell and command.exe, executing other items, but then focusing on things like file creation. This particular threat actor drops, and really they used Empire. So Empire is an open source command control framework that has various stagers, which drops things on your environment and creates new files. If you execute an Empire payload, you will see file creation. So being able to determine that. And then registry modification. So this was probably the biggest one this week based on tuning, because how often do you think you create new registry objects? How often is a registry modified and a different value set? What about a key, right? So our focus here was around persistence, because that's what the goal and the objective of APT33 was. What can we do there? In this case, look at scheduled tasks and run on startup. So in the registry, you can, in the Sysmon, you can enable registry checks, event ID 12, 13, and 14, but extremely noisy. So we had to really tune this to only alert when a registry was modified under the startup activities, under stored credentials, or accessibility features for things like input capture. And at the end of week 4, we had 58% detection. Week 5, APT3, a little more sophisticated Chinese threat actor, seen quite a bit. MITRE ATT&CK actually has an adversary emulation. What's it called? Evaluation. They have MITRE does evaluations on EDRs. The first one was on APT3. So this is a well-known threat actor with a nice plan already created. This is what it looks like in Vector, and 0% detection. So again, back to work on our baseline here, enabling things like creating remote threads. So when something executes and runs run DLL32 and is bringing in new DLLs, file creations for a number of various files here, particularly when you're doing things like persistence, you're touching disk. And that is a big opportunity to catch the malicious actors, as well as adding more IOCs. So at the end of week 5, we had 71% detection. Week 6, we left as free play. This was to use everything we learned in the prior 5 weeks and focus on where we thought there would be gaps. So around this time, there was a Windows domain control critical vulnerability known as zero login. This was being publicly exploited in the wild. There was a Microsoft Exchange vulnerability being exploited in the wild. And we want to test for things like domain discovery and lateral movement. So one of the things we ran is called Bloodhound. If you haven't heard of Bloodhound, you should definitely check it out. This tool can be used by red teamers, blue teamers, or system admins. You run what's called Sharphound. You run that inside of a domain environment. All you need is an authenticated user. So any user in the environment should be able to run this. And it sends a large amount of LDAP queries to the domain controller. It also sends queries and connects to all the workstations and the servers to determine who's logged in, who has RDP privileges, etc. And what we found is that there was no detection for this. Nothing bad occurred because it's literally just querying things to then bring it offline and look at it through Bloodhound. Also, great project, and shout out to the folks that created this one. But there was no detection. So that detection had to be enabled on the domain controller level, which we did not have access to. However, they were able to enable this. Then, by running Bloodhound on our own machine, we found that there were a couple of users that were in the enterprise admin group that should not have been there. This rendered a phone call, an immediate phone call to our point of contact, because on Free Play Week, they weren't watching the entire week. We were doing a lot of stuff, and it was resolved in minutes. This is probably a second big finding I've seen that has been fixed so quickly. Then we looked at some vulnerabilities, Microsoft Exchange and that domain credential one called zero login. We looked at this. The systems were not vulnerable. Over the 6-week period, we were able to confirm that they followed their patch management policy and processes. Lateral movement was also something they had invested in quite a bit due to their previous pen tests and red team engagements. So we tried it, and we tried with different tools like PSXAC, PowerShell remoting, Empire, and Scythe. All of them were blocked in various areas. We then looked at Kerberoasting. Kerberoasting is a technique discovered by Tim Medine of Red Siege. And what it does is it takes advantage of how Kerberos works. You are an authenticated user. You talk to the domain controller. You get what's called the ticket granting ticket. With that ticket, you can then ask for tickets to other services. So you query the domain controller again and say, hey, I want to log into these services. And you tell it, I want to log into all services. And what the domain controller does is it tells you the service principal names and the encrypted ticket. You take those tickets offline and you crack them with Hashcat. We found one particular account that was Kerberoastable. We won't mention the vendor, but it was a security product, so we did find that ironic. This is another marketplace item that we have in Scythe, by the way. Tim Medine, the creator, created the module for Scythe. So straight within Scythe, you can do Kerberoasting, did not have to use any other tool. Then we did things like port scanning. This, again, just low-hanging fruit of what happens when someone gets in an environment. This one was funny. I got a text message during that week by Urban like, hey, what are y'all scanning for? Of course, he knew what we were scanning for, but just the notification that from the time we ran the scan to the time they got the alert and they actioned it, in this case, calling us out, was good, was acceptable and very quick. Lastly, we did exfiltration. We exfiltrated 2 gigs. One of the ways that Scythe does this is we create files right before we exfiltrate them. That way we're not exfiltrating real data. And in this case, there was no visibility. And one of the recommendations that we had was to enable this net flow data. So the end state here was $0 technology spend. We achieved a 64% detection rate by using things like Sysmon and Event Sentry, and reached the conclusion that an adversary would be caught if they went through these particular behaviors that they're known to use. Using Vector, we are also able to create this historical trend. Now, why does it go down every week? That's because every week we baseline with the system how we found it before we started. So most of our baselines went down to 0%, sometimes 13%. But at the end, you can see we had a much higher detection rate, always improving, and seeing the line of once we start getting to more sophisticated actors, it was standing at a very regular percentage of detection. So to wrap up, our recommendations here are to continue testing. We saw 2 instances in this 6-week period where configurations were changed without their knowledge to something it shouldn't be. You can continually test. We left them with all these executables. Anytime they want to emulate any of those adversaries, they double click the binary and it goes and does its behaviors. So the other recommendation was network level detection. In this case, it would require an upgrade of their Event Sentry for that NetFlow data. However, we got them to a nice percentage without that. And then increase the sophistication level. Threats are evolving, right? Adversaries are evolving all the time. So this is one of the reasons why we give back to the community. We will take and see a new attack. The latest one is Ryuk, which targeted our hospitals. We looked at that attack. We worked with industry experts, learned those behaviors, created the plan, and shared that plan with everyone so that they can test themselves. And again, sharing with the community is extremely important for us here at Scythe. It is for NMFTA and Event Sentry. So all of us are sharing and giving all this back to the community. As far as a framework to take this and build your own Purple Team program, you have the Purple Team Exercise Framework. It's free at scythe.io/PTEF. The largest adversary emulation plan, our library, is free and available on GitHub. There's the link. You can read through that and create your own adversary emulation plans and share them back with the community. Do submit PRs. We love those. Then Sysmon. We use the Sysmon configuration, in particular one by Olaf Hartong. He works at a company called Falcon Force. Definitely check them out. They're a managed detection and response organization. And again, all the Sysmon configurations are out and available for you to modify them in Olaf's GitHub. And lastly, all the alerts and logic that was created for NMFTA in Event Sentry is being shared through a series of blog posts on Event Sentry. So if you use Event Sentry, you can take all the work we've done and leverage it and have a nice starting point. So with that, I think we are at our time. I want to thank you all for that. I think we're right on time. We have maybe 2 minutes left. But appreciate your time. And if there's any questions, we will take them on Discord.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Levy. I'm speaking from Israel.
Welcome to the talk, Attacking Storage Services, the Lynchpin of Cloud Services. Myself, Anant Srivastav, I'm Technical Director, Not So Secure Global Services. Let's have a quick look at the agenda that we have for the day. So, or how I like to call it, how I'm going to bore you for next 30 minutes. We'll start with a quick overview of cloud storage. Then we'll look at some of the real-world attack scenarios. We will then talk about the attack methodology that we can follow. What are the ways to prevent these kind of attacks? And then we can open up the session for any question and answer. A quick introduction about myself and specifically trying to convince why you should listen to me. I'm Director, Not So Secure Global Services. In my span of career, I have dealt with system administration, development, and right now doing a security day in, day out. So effectively all shades of IT is what I've gone through. I like to do a lot of open source projects. So I'm the project owner for right now Hacking Archives of India, Android Tamer, and Code Vigilant project. I like to contribute a lot to the open communities. So Null, Garage for Hackers, Red Team Village, n number of open source community and open communities that I contribute to. Anant Shri, ANANT is my handle, which is the handle I use on almost all of the social media platforms. Now, let's get straight to the topic at hand, the cloud storage. Now, cloud storage is an interesting piece of cloud puzzle. If you look at it from the top vendors perspective, you have AWS S3 buckets, you have Azure storage, you have GCP storage, and a bunch of other vendors provide different kind of storage solutions. Now, if you expand the purview of storage services, you would end up including SharePoint, OneDrive, Dropbox, Google Drive storage, even stuff like AWS Code Commit or code repositories like GitHub, Bitbucket. All of them are essentially storage services provided by different vendors. Now, what do they store? You could store a file, you could store a document, you could store a source code, you could store transient objects. So for the time being, you want this object to be stored, you can use storage for that purposes. I've also seen, I don't know why, but I've also seen people storing their SSH keys inside storage or various secrets inside storage. Now, if you've paid attention to the heading of the slides, I've used the word lynchpin. So lynchpin, or basically the anchor, is how I like to call cloud storage. So the cloud storage is the linchpin for cloud services. Why do I say that? Because consider cloud storage as an external disk connected to your laptop. Just like you keep data in that external disk, that is exactly how cloud storage operates. Now, a large gamut of cloud services are actually offered because they have decoupled the data storage. Now, almost all of our cloud services are going to rely on cloud storage. Things like, let's say, function as a service or platform as a service, they don't even have source code in a specific system. Source code is actually stored in a storage container. And that storage container is reused whenever they need to spin up another version of the application or another version of the function. Similarly, secret storage and a bunch of different functionalities besides just the file storage are part of cloud data store. Now, when cloud storage is keeping a large gamut of information and large number of things, it becomes the central key piece for the entire cloud offering, which means if you have higher level access over cloud storage, you can do massive damage to the organization, to the environment. Now, why should you listen to me? Let's look at a couple of examples. So this is an old article, but it highlights very clearly how much of a damage happened because of Amazon S3 services being publicly exposed. So all of these entries that you see here are actually S3 buckets which were publicly available. And right from Booz Allen Hamilton to WWE to Dow Jones, everyone had their S3 buckets open to public. Now, 1 year after this article was published, another study was done. And this time, they basically discovered that of all the buckets that are there in the world, or at least in their study, 10% of the buckets were public in nature. Out of those 10% public bucket, 20% of them were world writable, which means anyone across the world can actually write to those buckets. Again, what could be the problem? That storage can then be used for n number of purposes, but more importantly, the person had access to store the data in there or remove the data from there. Which brings us to the question, what's the big deal? Why does that matter? So let's look at a couple of case studies which are showing direct impact on different organizations. For example, this one, a 2016 case study. This is where HackerOne, which is surprisingly a security firm or a firm which manages bug bounties for different organizations, had their S3 bucket writable by any authenticated user. We'll come down to the nitty-gritties of what this authenticated user means, but effectively, anyone who was logged in on AWS was allowed to write inside the S3 bucket. The report is public and it is linked there. So although the bucket was not allowing you read access, but it was possible to put the files inside it, which can then further be leveraged for, let's say, social engineering purposes. That, hey, I uploaded a document in a location, or hey, do you see a XYZ docx file in a certain location? Can you open it? And then all the social engineering based attacks can follow from there. More major impacts. This one. This was Rocket Chat, which is a chat application. They had their installer, and the installer was referencing to an S3 bucket which was not registered. So the ethical hacker in this particular scenario actually claimed that S3 bucket, and then they were able to plant entries inside it, which resulted in this particular scenario. As you can see, when that installer was executed, you get an error message. Now, this was an ethical approach, so this was reported, fixed, and moved on. However, if someone wanted to do a damage, this is where a damage could have been possible. Anyone running a Rocket Chat installer would probably give pseudo passwords in, because guess what? They're trying to install something and they need to provide higher level access so that the execution can be done. Another interesting case study, and this was a fun one. So Linux has always had a problem that firmware vendors were not providing updates. So the firmware vendors came up with this approach called LVFS, or Linux Vendor Firmware Service, where there is a binary FWUPD, which runs on all the systems. It periodically checks whether there's a firmware update available. If it is available, it'll show you the update and you can install that update. Now, again, a similar scenario, it was referencing to an S3 bucket, which was not claimed. Maybe it was deleted before the researcher came into picture, or it was never claimed at the first place. Now, at that point, they claimed the bucket. However, there was one more step in the picture. If they provide an update via the S3 bucket, the update has to be PGP signed so that FWUPD will accept it as a valid update. This is where they found a PGP signature bypass vulnerability. Combining these two, they had access to that bucket for 26 days, 2.5 million update requests with 500,000 unique IP addresses. You can look at the potential impact that could have been possible just because a storage was not claimed and someone else was able to claim it. Which now brings us to the question, I get that this is problematic. I get that we need to do something about it, but what? So this is where we are now going to look at the attack techniques. But before I talk about attack techniques, let's just quickly revisit the responsibility distribution between tenant and the vendor. And for this particular purpose, nothing beats this particular diagram, which is called PISA as a Service 2.0. This outlines how different environments differ from a traditional on-premise environment to infrastructure as a service, to container as a service, to platform as a service, moving on to function and software as a service. Now, the key ingredient in all of this is that no matter which area you talk about, conversations, or in our environment, the configuration is something that you will have to bring to the table all the time. What does it translate to in the current environment or in the cloud environment? Identity and access management and the data is always going to be a tenant responsibility. And that's where the major problem is. So how do you attack? Or how I like to call it, why more than half of you are here and want to look at this? Now, we've seen at different case studies that attacking storage would give us higher level of privileges and allow us to do a bunch of different things. So how do you go ahead and perform this attack? Now, the methodology that I like to follow is a very simple attack methodology. You enumerate and gather information. Then you identify vulnerabilities. Once you have identified the vulnerability, you exploit them. And as part of post-exploitation, you may end up pivoting. If you do post-exploitation or pivoting, you are back at step one because now you are in a new environment. You again enumerate, gather information, and you keep going through the loops of this particular methodology. So what do you do in terms of attack? When you want to enumerate, there are a couple of things that you have to be absolutely clear about. Storage names are unique for the whole of service provider. So if I have claimed a bucket called Anant in one region, the entirety of cloud service provider cannot allocate that name to any other tenant. So the names of the bucket are unique. What that means is that the organizations need to find a unique name they can register. How does that work out? In most of the situations, organizations are going to append their name, their nickname, or their unique characters as bucket name. So if the bucket is supposed to be assets, and let's say a bucket is supposed to be secrets, it will become example assets, example secrets, assuming example is the company name that we are talking about or we are targeting. So even though it is a unique name, even though everyone can claim whatever name they want to claim, the first approach that goes is the organization would append or prepend their names in the bucket name, which for an attacker makes it predictable. So you can have a list of words, append them or prepend them to the keyword, and then you'd be able to brute force things. Now, the thing about tools is there are n number of tools available around this particular scenario. I'm going to cover one or two of them, but they keep on changing because nowadays people like to build tools, and it's a good thing everyone wants to write their own tools. So you end up having large number of variations and options. So I've mentioned 2 URLs right at the slide, which are pointing to awesome asset discovery list that Red Hat Lab maintains. And they have 2 sections, a cloud infrastructure discovery and a domain subdomain discovery. Both of these can help you in finding various buckets. Now, buckets could either be directly accessed via their vendor-specific URLs, or they could be CNAME aliased to the domain. In both the situations, the tool list that is provided would be able to find those buckets. Now, there is one tool that I definitely like to mention. It's called Cloud Enum. Now, this particular tool exactly does what I talked about. It takes a keyword, takes that keyword, builds a mutation list. The mutation list contains various keywords, appended, prepended, and then it checks at all the service providers. So it checks at, or rather all the top service providers. So it checks at Azure, it checks at Google, it checks at AWS, and then it also does another layer of steps. Like, for example, if it finds a storage in Azure, it also looks for what could be the container name. If it finds a storage in any of the service provider, it is going to try and see if it can be accessed as an open bucket. And you can see here, open S3 bucket, open Google bucket were the messages that were provided to me by the tool itself. That, hey, for this keyword that you've provided, there are buckets which are open, and here are the files within those buckets. Now, a quick overview of how different buckets operate and how you can access them. AWS buckets generally are accessible as s3.amazonaws.com/bucket name or bucketname.s3.amazonaws.com. Now, with these URLs, you can perform brute force because they give you different error messages. If you want to access the buckets via REST-style URLs, which is what I've shown here, one key ingredient that you need is the region keyword. Now, this is interesting. You need the right region, and then only you can access the buckets. However, the error messages on AWS gives you those regions. For example, if you see here, the first call was made to s3.amazonaws.com and the bucket name. It said the bucket you're attempting to access must be addressed using the specified endpoint, and it ended the message. What I did in the next one was s3 dot any random region. So instead I kept US West 2, and it responded back, the bucket you are attempting to access must be addressed using specific endpoint, and it has listed the endpoint, the correct region. Now this bucket belonged to US East 2. So now I know the exact region of the bucket, and now I can access it. Besides these, what are the other avenues by which you can find these buckets? One of them could be a cloud bucket URL scraper. So this cloud scraper tool, it actually looks at your website, scans through the entirety of the website HTML code, and tries to identify various places where you might be making calls to a cloud storage entity, and it will list out those. Similarly, you have Grey Hat Warfare, which is basically a big search engine for Amazon public buckets. And you have the good old Google Docs. You can do a search for s3.amazonaws.com or core.windows.net. This is AWS buckets. This is Azure buckets. And here, if you see, I've done a very clear search looking for S3 buckets in whatever region with keyword AWS_secret inside it. And we've got 102 results. Some of them would be dummy data. Some of them would be not what we are expecting, but some of them would most definitely be valid AWS keys. And then that can lead to exploitation. Here again, you can add more keywords in your Google Docs and focus attack on one specific client if you want. Now, let's say you enumerated different resources. Now you need to identify weaknesses and you need to exploit them. Remember the responsibility matrix that I showed you? The two things that tenant always have to take care of: data and access permissions. And that's exactly the area that we should be focusing on. If the bucket has anonymous access granted, which is public for all, or it has misconfigured write access, example was that authenticated user allowed, or it has IAM rules or policies giving access to data, which should not have been possible. Let's look at a couple of examples. So Azure has a SaaS URL concept. This storage access URLs allow you to access a specific storage with a certain set of permissions. Now this is a very popular method among Azure users or Azure developers to share the bucket data or specific files within the bucket. Now, if you see here, the example URL that I've given has multiple keywords which I've highlighted in bold. What do these keywords mean? So this is where we basically did a big blog post around exploiting leaked Azure storage keys. And the table that I've taken is from that blog post, where we have identified and outlined what each of these parameters meant. The two parameters which are, or rather three parameters which are very important for us. SRT, what kind of services are allowed. SP, the level of permission that we have, and the expiry date. Now, I said that these are very popular among developers. Here is an example. 64,479 hits for default endpoints protocol keyword on GitHub alone. Now, what do you do if you have access to a URL like that? You can use Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer, and you can pick this option, use a shared access signature or a SaaS URL. And in there, you can provide the URL here. It'll autofill all the other ingredients. If you don't want to use Azure Storage Explorer, you can do things manually. So you have the Azure storage that you want to access. If you want to do a listing of what is inside the container, you can do this parameter, rest type container and comp equals list. Or if you want to access a file, you can just do the container name and the file name. Remember, this has to be in conjunction with the other parameters which I've listed here. So SV, SS, SRT, SP, till SIG, all of this would remain as is. Because contrary to what people might think, the SaaS URLs are container level URLs or storage level URLs. They are not URLs pointing to one specific resource. So even though you might have a URL pointing to a JPG file or a PNG file, but the same URL with the same signature would give you access to the entire storage. And that's kind of what we did here, where we found a Azure storage SaaS URL. Once we got access to that URL, we loaded it into Azure Storage Explorer. We were able to see all the assets. What we found was within the same container or within the same storage, there was another container which was keeping the source code for an Azure function. And the SaaS URL that was created gave us write access. So how did we attack this? We were able to download the source code. We were able to plant a backdoor inside the source code. And in the next invocation of that Azure function, when a copy of source code was taken from the bucket, my backdoor was then executed in the function namespace, which means I had a different level of access available because I was able to plant a backdoor within the Azure storage. Again, very detailed blog post is available here. You can have a look at it if you want. So we got access to data. What can be done? So I've given you one example of what we did. That's one very clear example. We've done it times and again around function as a service or platform as a service. If you have application source code level access, you can plant a backdoor inside it, and that backdoor would then allow you to access the data. Now, the sensitive data in the bucket in itself could be way more than what the company valuation might be. You can find secrets such as passwords or key within the buckets, or you may end up just getting Office documents. Even if that's the case, you can do credential harvesting. You can look at these official documents to look for usernames, the softwares that are used to generate these softwares or generate these documents. I've given a couple of examples. Foca is a specialized tool which is built for this purpose. You load documents, it will extract out metadata and give you the final list. If you don't have Foca running, which is a Windows-only tool at this point, you can use this Unix utility, which is available on Unix and a Mac environment called exif tool. And you can use these handy, nifty one-liners. And you can look at, say, docx, XLS, or PDFs, extract out the metadata from them. Now, a couple of more case studies around how exploitation could be done. In this particular scenario, we started with an SSRF vulnerability on a web application, which gave us access to metadata. Now, within the metadata, we were able to extract out security credentials. Using those security credentials, we had access to various S3 buckets. One of the bucket was conveniently named as PEM files. So there was a keyword minus PEM files. And when we looked inside it, we found around 200 different public key or private key, public key pair for different servers that this organization was running, clearly name tagged with the server names. So all we had to do was extract out list of EC2 boxes, map the names with the PEM files, figure out which EC2 instance had higher level access role, and then gain access to that box using the PEM file. And we were in a position where we were able to create a IAM:* level user. Now, we did not document it publicly because around same time, ThreatStack came up with an attack diagram, which very nearly outlined the exact same procedure. So that's what you can refer. But this was one flow that we did from SSRF to EC2 takeover and effectively AWS account takeover. Now, platform as a service exploitation. In this particular scenario, again, the initial vector was SSRF, which gave us access to S3 bucket. Now, in this particular scenario, the S3 bucket was hidden from plain sight because we were not able to read the list of S3 bucket names. However, again, the predictability because by which the names are formed for S3 buckets for Elastic Beanstalk, we were able to identify the exact same naming pattern, and we were able to access the bucket. Again, once access to the bucket was obtained, we had access to the source code of the platform as a service application running. We were able to plant a backdoor. there was an automated CI/CD pipeline around the application. So within a few minutes, we actually had our backdoor deployed on the official website. Now, this is what we documented in the blog post here. This was then picked up by SummitRoute. SummitRoute discovered that what we found as a naming pattern for Elastic Beanstalk, that was not the only naming pattern. There were other places where a similar naming pattern setup was present, and they extracted all of that out and listed out in a neat blog post. Similarly, AWS Cognito. Now, Cognito is a service which allows you to have credentials. Now, there was a bunch of different things done in this. The important keyword for us to look at is, when this research was performed, they had access to 2,500 identity pools. And of those 2,500, they got access to 906 S3 buckets, which had sensitive information. So they got access to a large number of buckets, but these 906 buckets were the ones which had sensitive information inside it. So now you can relate, the storage environment had a larger data pool, and sensitive information is very commonly stored inside these storage environments. So the purpose of showing you these case studies was to give you a perspective around how attacks could be mounted with regards to the storage environment. When we look at the attack around storage environments, the general idea that we go with is we target the storage from the onset, that we would get access to a storage and then we'll do XYZ things. However, a storage-based attack could be a middle point also. You may get access to an environment and that opens up the storage for you. But because all these various entities need to be stored in storage and exploring the storage becomes a key component of the attack that you're going to plan on your cloud environment. Now, defenses. So we've talked about attacks a lot. We've seen multiple case studies. Let's talk about defenses, or things everyone should do, but no one cares. So from a cloud vendor's perspective, effectively what they can do is provide warnings and provide automation, which if you select, allow you to mitigate these problems. Tenant has a larger gamut of responsibilities here. You need to look at identity and access management. Who needs to get access to the bucket? Who does not needs to get access? Ideally, public access would not be required. If you are not clear, authenticated user is not the setting that you want. In almost 99.99% of the scenarios, the role access has to be either private or public. Authenticated user level access provides no additional protection, so no point picking that as the access privilege. Now, besides configuring these things, you need to be prepared from 2 points. One, you need to carefully recheck all your settings on a periodic basis. And two, you need to be aware of the limitations that you have. I'll come down to the limitation parts in a minute. Now, from a vendor point of view, vendors are doing their bit. Like, for example, this is AWS giving you a warning when you're trying to create a bucket. By default, they're not even allowing you to make it public. This is by default checked, which means the buckets are not allowed to be public by default. However, people generally uncheck it or change the settings later on without realizing what content is available within the bucket. Similarly, the SaaS URL, you can see this big caution is there in Microsoft documentation saying that, hey, this is a critical entity. Do not share it. Do not use it as your daily media of access. Do not share it with friends and family. This is critical, but people don't read, or people don't read the right things at the right time. Now, things like AWS config, which is a service provided by AWS, have started to come up with these automated rules. Like this particular rule that I'm showing you runs every 24 hours or whenever there is a configuration change that happens. Looks for S3 buckets if there is public write access in them. Once it finds it, you have options. You can do automatic remediation. You can do manual remediation. Automatic remediation, again, has a bunch of different options that you can try, which could be removing public read-write access on the bucket. So if the bucket is not supposed to be public, it was made public by error, automatically AWS config will kick in and will stop the bucket from going public. How can you validate all of these? One, you can run periodic scans like Scout Suite, CS Suite, and a bunch of other options are there, which will perform a cloud level audit. Now, I don't have one single tool which is storage focused. So what you need to do is you need to run these auditing tools and look at the storage dashboards within them. Like in this example, S3 storage. So we've looked at how to perform the attacks. We've looked at how to perform protection, how to do validation around it, what kind of validations we should be doing. Now comes the last part, which I like to talk about before I close my talks almost all the time. Be prepared for the inevitable. What happens when an attack is going on? And this is very specific to the blue teamers, to the people who are going to provide protections. You need to be in these areas. Things that you are aware of, others are aware of, or things that you are aware of, but others are not aware of. You don't want to be in the blind spot zone, or you don't want to be in the unknown zone. Now, what do I mean by these? We were talking about AWS config a few minutes earlier. AWS config is a tool which allows you to perform periodic checks on your buckets. What's the periodicity of it? When a change happens, will it prevent the bucket from going public, or will it revert the public bucket back to non-public? If it is going to revert, how many minutes it is going to take? What is the minimum time? What is the maximum time? If you are not aware of these values, you may end up in a situation where you assume your protections are working, but they are actually not working. This is where there are a bunch of ways to do it. One of the emerging tech that is coming up, or keyword that is coming up, is called chaos engineering. You may want to apply that, but effectively, when you have prepared for a disaster, or when you've prepared security measures, you need to validate whether those measures are actually kicking in or not. So simulate a hack, see the reactions of your system. And if those reactions are not up to the mark at which you wanted them to be, then go ahead and fine-tune those. Find out alternatives if the need be, and then revalidate it again. So this is the point where I am now open to take any questions. I would be looking at the Discord chat and answering questions there. Before I close the talk, a quick reference to two links which are useful all the time. Jason Haddix has an awesome bug hunter methodology series. That's the GitHub link where you can find. So a lot of the tools that I've talked about or I've referenced are all featured in this link. And the CloudSec wiki is something that we are preparing. We as in Not So Secure is preparing. Again, a wiki very focused on cloud security and puts out links, references around cloud security. So that's all from my side. Thanks again for listening so long. I'll be available on the Discord channel for any question and answers. Thank you.
Welcome to my call. This is called Privilege Escalation in the House. I'm Carlos Palop. I'm currently working as Pentester Senior at Segwan, a Clarinet company. And today in this talk, we are going to see why is local privilege escalation important, and some tools that I have developed in order to find the vulnerabilities more easily. So, yeah, this is me, Carlos Polo. You can reach me if you have any question at the end of the talk via Telegram, via Twitter, maybe email if you're more traditional. But I will also be in the Discord channel just to solve for your questions. So let's see the agenda. We're going to see in this talk. First of all, I'm going to try to teach you or try to defend why is local privilege escalation useful. Then I'm going to present the P suite, which is the suite of tools that I have developed in order to find misconfigurations in machines more easily, so you can just execute some script, find the misconfigurations, exploit them, and escalate privilege easily in each machine. Then we are going to talk about lynchpin, MACpin, WinPin, and then some feature steps for this script suite. So first of all, local privilege escalation for what? As a pentester and also red teamer, I have found myself in several occasions where you have a cell as a low privilege user inside a machine of a client. Or so the problem here is that as you are a low user, you cannot do much things inside this machine. So most of the ethical hackers like me the first thing they will try to do will be to enumerate the machine and try to escalate privilege to a more privileged user, probably administrator or root, depending on the OS. So, but why do we want to become root or administrator? We prefer to have more privilege because we will be able to perform more actions inside the machine. We will be able to have access to better persistent technique, probably more stealthier, and the blue team won't be able to catch us, or it will be less probably that they will catch us just with our persistent in this machine. We'll be able to dump credentials for memory. Probably most of us know about this tool called Mimikatz, which is really useful to extract credentials from Windows memory. Being root or a high privileged user, you will be able to move laterally, move it more easily. This means that if you want to perform some kind of nasty, weird action, you will be able to impersonate a different user, perform this action from this user, and if the IT guy of the blue team just finds about this weird action, they will think that user was compromised, not the rest of the users. So we will be very helpful for stealth techniques. Also, you will be able to access a lot of more resources. In Windows, for example, you will be able to access every other user folder inside the machine, and usually they have credentials in there, so that will be really useful. You also will be able to access the register and modify it to get more stealthy techniques, persistent techniques. So that's why ethical hackers and not so ethical hackers, that what is important to learn about the local privilege escalation, because you really need to learn how to defend from these techniques in order to, if any unethical hacker compromise your machine, he won't be able to escalate privilege because you will have already hardened your machine. So what I have created here is a suite of tools that runs on Linux, MacOS, and Windows, that are useful to enumerate the computer, enumerate the machine where you are, and find all the misconfigurations. And it's really easy to find all these misconfigurations because the output of the tool is colored. So just with a very fast glad to the output of the script, you will be able to know which is well configured and what is bad configured, and how you can escalate privilege. But also, before creating these scripts, they were already there in the wild. Some other scripts that aims to perform more or less the same actions as P suite. But I decided to create these scripts just because the other ones didn't have all the enumeration techniques that I needed. Also because some of these scripts just had a really long output full of false positive and full of useless data. And that was really annoying, because when you were trying to escalate privilege in some machine, you will just run these scripts, and with so much output, you just didn't want, you just won't want anyone you won't want to escalate privilege anymore, because you just will get bored or reading endless list of data, of useless data. Also, I think I can say that my scripts have more text than any other script in the wild, and this is because very often I read the other similar scripts to mine, and if they have added any new tech that is interesting that piece don't have, I will just add to it. So you will be able to find all the text in these scripts. Also, I think it's really useful to have the same output for Linux, Mac, and Windows version, because you will be able to, learning how to read one output, you will be able probably to read any output of these scripts. So now we are going to start with the demos. First of all, we are going to talk about lynpis, but before doing the demo, please let me present you hack tricks, because in this book, this is the book where I write my research and everything that I learned from CTS or for my work pen test. In this checklist for Linux, you will be able to find all the things that I think you should look for when you are trying to escalate privilege inside a Linux machine. So, for example, you will need to read system information, check the path, check the environmental variables, check the drives, list the software. Maybe there is some vulnerable software installed, the process. And if at any point you read here something that you don't understand, for example, you don't know what is a Linux timer, you can just click on it and you will be redirected to the biggest post, where you will be able to find all the descriptions on all the things that you need to look for when you're trying to escalate privilege on Linux. So take a look at this. Before using lynpis, I really recommend to take a look to this page, because lynpis is going to try to enumerate every technique in this page. So once you are reading the output of lynpis, if you don't understand the theory behind each check that lynpis is doing, you are not going to understand the output of lynpis. So that's what I recommend, to read this page and to learn all the known techniques on how to escalate privilege on Linux. So when you just run lynpis, you will be able to understand perfectly the output. So let's move to the demo. In this machine, I actually have two Linux-based machines. One of them is very vulnerable, and the other one is the one I use to connect the SSH to the vulnerable one and run lynpis. So I have already run it, because depending on the machine, it could take some to several minutes to run, because it is looking for a lot of different information. So just in order to not lose time in this talk just running lynpis, I have already run it, and we are going to navigate through the output. So I have run lynpis -a. This asks lynpis to perform all checks. Some of the checks are very time consuming, so by default they are not performed, but if you use the parameter -a, all the checks will be performed, and I really recommend that if you have time. So first of all, you will be able to see this nice banner, which is really awesome, and it was kind of complicated to create that. So the first interesting thing of lynpis is the legend, because as I have told you, lynpis is using colors to indicate things through the output. The most interesting colors are this red-yellow color, because it means that this is highly probable privilege escalation vector. So anytime you see this red color with yellow background, you should perform special attention, because maybe you will be able to escalate privilege. Red color means that, hey, this is kind of weird. You probably should take a look and investigate further, because maybe there is a vulnerability here. And green, when you see green, basically it just means that something is well configured or something is just a title. So that's not important. If you see green in the output of a command, that means that this is well configured. You don't need to continue looking at this. So first of all, we have some nice resume of the machine, some OS information. Here already we can see that Limpis has identified that this kernel version is pretty old and probably is vulnerable to some kind of exploit. Also, Limpis have network capabilities. This means that you will be able to use Limpis to discover other hosts inside the internal network or even scan open ports. Later we will see about this. And the first section of Limpis is about system information. Here we can see that, hey, the kernel is pretty old, the pseudo version is pretty old, take them because they are probably vulnerable. Here we have some system stats information, some environmental variables, because maybe you can find here some credentials, and also some Limpis will enumerate securities if some security software is installed and running, like for example AppArmor or SA Linux or is ACLR enabled. Well, this is kind of useful when you are enumerating a machine, because maybe this security software will prevent you for running some kind of exploit, so it's good to have that information in mind. Later, Limpis will enumerate some device information, even mounted and unmounted file systems. If you find that something is not mounted, well, take a look, because if you mount it, maybe it's hiding some interesting information. Later, Limpis will list some available software, some useful software in order to perform post-exploitation tasks. And it will also look for GCC, if GCC some compiler is installed, because it is always better to compile kernel exploits inside the victim machine. Later, Limpis is going to list some really interesting information, like process information. Here you also have to take a look to the processes being run by root, because if they are vulnerable, highly probably you will be able to escalate to root. So always take a look to processes run with root, and also processes run with other users, because maybe you can move laterally and from these other users escalate more privilege. Limpis will try to see if you have any permission of any binary process that is being run at the moment. In this case, all of them are run by root. So as you can see, as the processes being run before are owned by root, this is printed in green, because, hey, this is well configured. Don't look at this because you won't be able to modify this. It will also search for interesting processes being run that may have credentials in memory. It will also wait for 1 minute to check which processes are run, because maybe there is some kind of cron, like in this case, that is run kind of frequently, and it will discover it. It will enumerate for sure cron jobs. Here, as you can see, Limpis has discovered highly probable privilege escalation vector, and actually it is a privilege escalation vector, because as we can write inside the path of the cron processes, and there is a cron task that is going to run a script without specifying an absolute path, we will be able to impersonate this script in this folder and escalate privilege. It has also found that, hey, it's weird that something is going to be run by root here. You should take a look. So that's why this is printed in red. Limpis will continue listing services, system path, .service file. Limpis will try to search for a lot of interesting information. If you, for example, don't know what you can or how you can abuse a .service file or a .socket or what is the bus, I recommend you to go to the hack tricks book that I have presented you before. Anyway, if you just want to investigate just something weird that you have seen in the output of Limpis, here you have the link to the exact location inside the book where you should look for more information about this topic. The link piece is going to show some network information about the current machine. The most interesting part is the active ports information, because link piece is going to print in red anything that is listening locally. This is because before compromising this machine, you weren't able to access these exact processes that are listening in these addresses. So that's why this is printing red. Limpis is telling you like, hey, this is probably something new running here. Take a look. Maybe you can abuse it and escalate privilege to the owner that is running the process that is listening inside this port. Also, it will check if you can sniff using TCP done, because maybe if you can, you may be able to access some credentials in memory. It will also try to search for internet access, because, well, this could allow you to exfiltrate information. Generally, the next section that LinkPiece is going to print us is about, well, it will show us user information. In this case, here we have information about our user. We can see here that we are members of the video group, and this is printing in red. If you don't know how you can abuse this user, I recommend you to just follow this link, learn about the video group, and learn about how you can abuse this group in order to try to escalate privilege. Well, LinkPiece will also run sudo-l for us, and as you can see here, it has actually found a lot of different software that can be abused to escalate privilege. It will also check for pseudo tokens. If you don't know what this is, just go to this link, because this is a really interesting privilege escalation technique. It will check peak exit policy. Another interesting output is that LinkPiece will print us all the users and all the groups that the users are belonging to. This is really interesting, because maybe you want to trace a plan to which users you need to compromise in order to escalate to root, and just seeing to which groups the users belong to will be very useful for you to know, hey, I need to compromise this and this, and then I will be able to perform this exploit in order to escalate to root. So this is really useful for that matter. Also, you can see here that a lot of different colors are merged. Here we can see root obviously in red, because, well, this is a dangerous and interesting group. Here we can see the user called user in magenta. This is our current user. Our current user is always going to be colored with magenta. Then you can see some groups in green. These are very known groups that you cannot abuse, so they are just printed in green. Here you can see in light blue some other users. This means that, hey, these users cannot have a cell, because well, they are not configured to have a cell. But you can see here in dark blue other users, and that means that these users aren't configured to get a cell. So, hey, that's interesting. So, well, it will print also some information about last logons. Well, next section of LinkPiece will be software information. This is really interesting, because LinkPiece will search carefully for specific files in dozens of software, and this is kind of interesting, because LinkPiece knows about a lot of files that may contain credentials in different softwares, and it will try to search for them. And if LinkPiece find them, it will try to extract the credentials. So this part of the output is really interesting. It will search maybe MySQL information, PostgreSQL information. It will try even to perform some kind of brute force. It will also search for SSL, SSH information. It will even parse the SSH configuration file in order to show you some dangerous configuration that you may be able to abuse. Here we can see that NFS export non-misconfigurations to escalate privilege is configured. So, hey, you can escalate privilege abusing this. Well, it will just try to search for specific files of a lot of different software. And finally, the last section of LinkPiece is going to be interesting files. This means that Limpis is going to print here files that are interesting for some reason. For example, SUID files. It will print in green non-SUID files that you cannot abuse. It will print in red the ones that are known to have some kind of CVE vulnerability in the past. Maybe if you're running Limpis in SUSE 9.3 to 10 and you have this binary in this list, well, you will know thanks to this output that you can escalate privilege exploiting this vulnerability. And if you see that there is some binary that isn't printed, that means that Limpis doesn't know nothing about this binary. So you should take a look at it in order to see if you can abuse it to escalate privilege. Also, you will check misconfiguration in LL.SO, capabilities. If you don't know what are Linux capabilities, they are searched here. You will check for ACLs also. This is something that not a lot of people know about Linux. Linux can also have ACLs like Windows, so you can take a look here. You will search for weird.sh files in path, and hey, you can overwrite an script that is in path, so highly probably you are going to be able to escalate privilege. Well, at the end, it's going to search for a lot of different interesting for some reason files, and if you don't know why it is interesting, just go to the link. You will also search for backup files, other interesting files, reachable files owned by me or reachable by everyone. That is like kind of weird configuration. Interesting files that are reachable before this user is belonging to some of those groups. This is always interesting. If you find something here, it will try to take a look to the logs and give you like IP addresses or maybe password that may be appearing inside some logs. So yeah, take a look, because this is usually kind of the most interesting part of the output, because the other parts of the Limpis just go to find specific configurations. This last part is just looking for any weird thing. So, for example, playing Hack the Box Machine, all the most part of the important information will appear here, like some password, some random weird SUID file or anything. So this last part is kind of interesting. Here it is just searching for some hashes that maybe are hiding some kind of password. So that's Limpis. That's the output. I hope you find it useful. It has been really useful for me, because as you can see, just taking a look to the output and reading the colors, you can see if you have find something interesting or not. So I hope you like it. Also, as I have told you before, Limpis have some kind of network capabilities, and this means that it can discover hosts in some local network, and it can even try to scan and discover open ports. So this is kind of interesting when you have compromised a host and you don't have Nmap installed, and instead of using some kind of weird one-liner to discover hosts and to scan ports, you can just upload Limpis, see if you can escalate privilege, and use it just to enumerate the network also. So we are going to see here an example. So in this machine, in this case, I'm in this shell, I'm in the vulnerable machine, which has this IP address. In this other shell, I have this different IP address. So what I'm going to do is to show you that Limpis can actually find open ports that are open in networks inside the internal network. So if we just execute Limpis with -i and the IP address that we want to scan, it will just try to scan the top 1,000 ports by Nmap. So for sure, of course, the 8080 port is inside this list. So we are going to scan these 1,000 of ports inside this other machine and see if Limpis is able to discover that this port is open. So we just run it. We wait a few seconds. We can see that it has discovered this port open, and we can see here that actually there were a connection. So well, it worked. Limpis is useful to search for other hosts inside the network. So if we continue with the presentation, we can see that the next slide is about MacPeace. MacPeace is the Limpis version for Mac. Actually, there is no different script. Limpis will run the MacPeace version automatically if it discovers that, hey, I'm being run under a Mac machine. So this is very interesting because now you can already run Limpis in every type of Unix machine, which make it very, very, very useful for ethical hackers. Anyway, the version for MacPeace needs to be improved because I haven't actually found the time to perform an exhaustive research of macOS related privilege escalation techniques. So at the moment, what this is going to do is to run common Limpis inside Mac, which also is useful because it will try to search for all these passwords or all these interesting files. But well, in the to-do list, I have to take a look to more MacPeace related privilege escalation techniques. Anyway, I want to show you some output when you are running MacPeace. So you can see that this is working. If you see the help of Limpis, you will see that dash capital L means that, hey, force Limpis execution, and dash capital M force MacPeace execution. So we are going to force MacPeace execution. And well, obviously you can see that the look and feel of the tool is really, really similar. This is because it's mostly the same being run, just using different configurations of the tools. For example, here MacPeace, the Mac version of Limpis MacPeace is using the command dscl, which belongs to Mac. So hey, I didn't phone it because I'm running this on Linux. Anyway, the ugliest thing of MacPeace is probably this banner, and I think that this just means that MacPeace needs to be improved. So, well, if you like this tool, let's try to improve it together. Let me know if you have any suggestion to MacPeace. And once I'm improving MacPeace, I will be improving this banner so you can see how is the tool improving. So, okay. So the next demo we are going to see is about WinPeace. This is the script version for Windows. Actually, there are two versions of WinPeace. One is .exe, that is the best one that you will be able to execute and see some colors and everything. And the other one is a batch version. I create this batch version just because the exe version have a very high requirement, and is that .NET 4.5 must be installed, or 4.5 or higher must be installed. And if this version of .NET is not installed inside the machine, well, you will be able to run the batch version, which isn't as accurate as the exe one, but at least you will have something to run and to see if you can find any misconfiguration. So, as with Limpis, we have in Hacktree, in book.hacktree.xyz, this checklist for all the things I think you need to search when you are trying to escalating privilege inside a Windows machine. As before, you have here your checklist, just in case you can want to run of it and see if you can find anything. If you don't understand, for example, what is DLL jacking, as before, you can just click on it and go to the bigger version of the page where every technique is explained. I also want to highlight that you should really take a look to all the information inside this page before running WinPeace, because the only way that you will be able to understand all the output and all the checks that WinPeace is performing is by understanding all the techniques that are explained here. So I really recommend to take a look here. And if you don't understand something, just dedicate it 2-5 minutes and learn about this technique. I'm sure you will be glad to learn about new techniques. So now we are going to see. Ooh. Ooh, that was close. Now we are going to see a demo of WinPeace. Anyway, as I have told you before, there are two different versions, the .exe version and the .bat version. Well, of course, I haven't mentioned it, but you can find these tools in GitHub. Actually, the link is this one, GitHub, Carlos Polop, privilege-escalation-awesome-scripts.shoot. You will be able to download them and use them. WinPeace have two different versions. In the first case, we are going to use the .exe version, the one that requires .NET. So if you come here, you will be able to see in the README, in the quick start, that there is something that says, hey, download the latest obfuscated version here. This is because I'm currently obfuscated every version that I compile, because, well, WinPeace is actually being caught by several different antivirus. So in the first, when I obfuscate these releases, at the first moment they aren't being caught by antivirus. When it passes a week or a month or so without updating the version, they will obviously get caught by most antivirus. So that's why if you want to compile your own obfuscated version of WinPeace to try to avoid antivirus, you have here all the instructions you need to follow in order to compile your obfuscated version. This is using a tool that is called .fuscator, which is free. So you will be able to obfuscate WinPeace just for the low price of free. So here you have the instruction. If you just want to try it, hey, go to this link and download the latest obfuscated version. You have here the version for any machine for x64 and for x86 CPUs. Just download the one you need. I have already run WinPeace because it could take, depending on the machine, it could take some minutes to run. So I just have already run it. If you want to learn about the different parameters that WinPeace accept, just use winpeace.help or go to the README and see here the help output. In this case, I have run WinPeace with the CMD. This is saying WinPeace to perform also the tests that are running a CMD. So, well, just in order to perform all the tests, I use this attribute. Well, here you can see the banner. Then you can see the legend. You can see here that there is no red yellow color for the output of WinPeace. And this is because, well, Windows is more tricky to decide if something is for real a privilege escalation path. So I just didn't put this in WinPeace. Maybe I will think about writing this later in some later releases. But at the moment, we only have these important red and green colors. So as with WinPeace, we start showing some system information. We are running in a virtual machine. This is part of a domain. We have enumerated here some hotfixes. Something interesting about WinPeace is that it has Watson integrated, so you won't need to run it. If you don't know about Watson, just go to this GitHub link. GitHub Rust and Mouse Watson is a really useful tool to try to find valid vulnerabilities depending on the Windows version. Anyway, not everything that appears here is true, because Watson is just comparing the hotfixes that it found inside the machine with hotfixes related to fixes or vulnerabilities. But if you have a later hotfix installed inside a Windows machine, highly probable you will have all the security updates already installed, even if you don't have the lower hotfixes. So every time that you see that Watson has found anything, just check it by yourself. Don't completely trust it. Just try to check it, check the last hotfix, check the hotfix this exploit is attacking, and check if this is really a valid vulnerability or not. Also, it will enumerate some PowerShell settings like PS history file. This is interesting because you may be able to find interesting information inside the PowerShell history files. It will enumerate some protections and web settings. For sure, it will enumerate environmental variables because, well, maybe you are able to find some passwords inside the variables. And we will also show you some antivirus information and even the UAC status, because, well, it's always good to know what is the UAC status just for the moment that you have a medium integrity process running with a user that belongs to administrator group. This will indicate you what you need to do, what you need to bypass in order to escalate privilege to a high integrity process. WinPeace next will show some users information. In this case, our current user is called user, and it belongs to administrator group. That's why it is colored in red. Here you can see another user that belongs to administrator group and is colored in red. It will try to search for clipboard text. Well, maybe you have some interesting information there. It will list current token privilege. If it finds some token privilege that you can avoid abuse to escalate privilege, it will be printed in red here. I will check for some credentials in South Auto Logon. Something that I really like a lot of WinPeace is that every path that you see in the output have been checked by WinPeace. And if you don't have any kind of right or interesting permission over that path, WinPeace will print it in green. But if you have some kind of interesting permission over the path, for example, here we have all access, it will be printed in red. So you don't need to check your permissions against every interesting or useful path that appears here, because WinPeace has already checked it. So interesting processes. Here you can see that, hey, all the processes are printed in red, in green. This means that we cannot modify or abuse these processes. But here, for example, WinPeace has found that this binary is being owned by user, and we are the user. So, hey, we have all access. If we can somehow exploit this binary, we will be able to escalate privilege. Also, it will try to check your permissions against your permissions over the folder that contains the executable, because if you can write inside of the folder, you may be able to perform a DLL hijacking attack. So in this case, we can also write over this path. So you will be able to perform a DLL hijack attack if you find that this tool is vulnerable to it. So, okay, we can see here that of course, we have privilege over the tool we are just running. We have some privilege over these other tools. So later, WinPeace shows some service information, and here you can see just the same as before. If you have some kind of privilege over the executable, it will be printed in red. If it doesn't have quotes or a space and is detected, it will be printed here. If you don't understand how you can abuse this kind of vulnerability, just go to this link and learn about that. So in the service at the end, you will find just the same. You always check the red things because, well, maybe you can escalate privilege abusing that. Here we can see that we can actually modify tons of services, and we will probably be able to escalate privilege abusing this misconfiguration. We can modify inside service registry. This is another misconfiguration that will allow us to escalate privilege. It will also check your permissions inside the folders, inside the path environmental variable. Here we found that, hey, we can write over this folder, so we can perform a DLL hijacking to escalate privilege. WinPeace will also take your permission over the applications, over the folders and files inside the installed applications. And every time that it finds a file or a folder where you have some kind of interesting permission, it will be printed in red here. And this is because maybe you can find some configurations that you can override, and that configuration is being run by a process run by administrator or by system. So hey, if you can modify this configuration, maybe you can make a system a process running a system execute arbitrary binaries. So that's why WinPeace is printed this in red, because you never know how you can abuse this kind of files. For example, here we have that we can override a configuration XML file. And well, we can override more files. Auto-run applications, WinPeace will also try to detect vulnerable applications that are being auto-run, because, well, if something is being auto-run by administrator and you can modify it, you will be able to escalate privilege. It will search auto-run folders. It will search several auto-run registries, or registries that are indicated, or DLLs, or other binaries that are going to be auto-run. And it will also take WMIC for binaries that are being auto-run by WMIC. It will also check device drivers. If you find that you can modify some driver, this is really good, because you will be able probably to escalate privilege. It will show you some network information, some network shares of your current machine. And for example, here it will show you listening ports. As with LinPeace, it will print in red everything that is listening locally, because maybe it is hiding some kind of service you can exploit. It will print some firewall rules. It will take also some special locations where Windows is saving credentials nowadays, like credentials manager. In this case, it was able to find some users. It will check PowerShell transcript files. Again, you may be able to find sensitive information here. You will list the PAPI master keys. Maybe if you are able to unencrypt them, you will be able to access the secret, and maybe you can escalate privilege using that secret. You will also search for some kind of interesting binaries that may be disclosed sensitive information, and also check for always installer elevation registry and WSUS. If you don't know what is WSUS, just check this link, because it's kind of an interesting configuration that you may be able to use. It will also search. WinPeace will also search for browser information, Firefox database, Chrome database. If you find these databases and they are not protected by password, you may be able to extract sensitive information that users are saving inside these browser databases. You will also even check for Internet Explorer information. And finally, like with WinPeace is going to print interesting files and registry. So the things that appear here are just interesting for something. For example, PuTTY sessions. Here you can see that WinPeace has actually found a proxy password for a PuTTY session, that is this one. It will also search for SSH keys in registry. It will search for cloud credentials. Nowadays, this is really interesting, because if you have access to some account in the cloud, highly probably you will be able to find more sensitive information inside the cloud of the company. So, WinPeace will search for this kind of information. It will check for unattended files and even McAfee sitelist XML. These are like very old privilege escalation techniques, but let's take a look to them so nobody gets hurt. So if you are really lucky, you may be able to find something on escalate privilege. It will look for possible files containing passwords, and it will even search for node files that contain credentials in home. In this case, you can see this cloud access token, Azure cloud credential, and even SSH private password, private keys here. You will also search for documents because, as you may know, in a real environment, a lot of people will be saving passwords and credentials and sensitive information inside some documents. So this is the look and feel of WinPeace. This is what LinPeace look for. I think it's really interesting because just taking a look to the output, you can really see what is interesting, what is well configured, what you should focus on. But as I have told you before, there is another version. There is this batch version, which perform more kind of the same checks as WinPeace.exe, but you can see that. So it wasn't run. I thought that I have already run it. Anyway, you can see here that actually the output is not colored, which makes you it's more complicated to read the output. But anyway, if you cannot run the .exe version, well, at least you have this version. Also, the checks are more complicated to understand because WinPeace.batch. Well, because how it's batch done is kind of difficult to create some intelligent, interesting script. So the way that we are looking for permissions over the paths of the files and the folders is using this binary called ecalcs. So if you don't know how to read the output of that tool, it's going to be kind of hard for you to understand the output of this script. But if you know all the Windows privilege techniques that I have mentioned before in the book, and you know what you are looking for, and you know how to read the output of this tool, actually you are going to find much of the same information here as using the other script. Also, if you are curious about how you can read the output of WinPeace.bat, this icalcs output, actually you can find an explanation here in the README. So just take a look here before running WinPeace.bat and you will be able to understand everything. So actually, I think this is not the last version of WinPeace.bat because we have already added some colors, but the colors are just added to these titles. So actually, the color just makes it nicer to read, but it won't highlight anything interesting or anything well configured. So this was LinPeace. This was WinPeace. We have talked about all the scripts available in the Peace suite. So next steps. Actually, even if these scripts are already very complete in the text they are doing and the things that they are looking for, there is a lot of things to do. For example, I want to perform some kind of exhaustive research on MacOS related privilege escalation techniques yet to improve Mac Peace. Obviously, not all the possible configurations in the world are in LinPeace and WinPeace, and that's mainly because I don't know them. So if you know any tech that could be useful, just share it with me, share it with the community, and I will add it, and every person will be able to use it. I also want to integrate LinPeace and WinPeace in other platforms, probably starting with Metasploit, so you can just run a post-exploitation module that will run LinPeace or WinPeace inside the compromised machine, and you will have the output. I think that will be very cool. Also, I want to create some kind of parser of the output, so you can actually create nice HTML reports to have and store them and to read them, because probably it's going to be more easily to read the output inside a nice HTML report than inside this console output. So if you like these tools, if you think that these tools are helping people and are even helping you, and you want to contribute, maybe sharing some new tech, sharing some new technique, helping me with some research, or helping me with these HTML reports, feel welcome to write to me, to contact me via my Telegram, via GitHub, and just help me, and let's make LinPeace and WinPeace great. And that's all. Thank you very much. I hope that you really like this talk and you find these scripts useful. And well, just let me know your questions and anything you want to comment to me in Discord now. So thank you very much.